Paul Trustwell and me, John Hindle. Thanks very much for being with us. We're going to leave you with a few highlights of the race so far. Our coverage continues on www.24hseries.com and radiolemans.com. Bye-bye.
Continuing our coverage of the 24 Hours of Barcelona on radiolemans.com, the penultimate race of the FIA Hankook International Endurance Series. It is 10:30 Central European Summer Time. We have had 10 hours and 30 minutes of the race, 13 and a half hours to go. And the race is being led by Paul White, habitually an Aston Martin racer, but he is in the 30 Ram Racing Mercedes, which has been in control of the class, Paul Trustwell, for getting on for 5 hours now.
Yes, it took the lead on lap 169, and that was about 5:45 this evening. So, yes, he's been up there at the top of the heat for quite some time, and we remarked upon the milestone of the Ram racing car. Well, first of all, we picked out the fact that it was stretching its lead, and then it was able to achieve a pit stop and not lose the lead. And then having achieved that, it had just continued to extend its margin to the extent it is now, where it is 3 laps ahead of the rest of the field. I thought it had actually gone up to 4, but I think it's only 3 laps ahead of the rest of the field. But I think Bernd Schneider is certainly pushing very hard in the HP Racing Mercedes, and Paul White perhaps not quite as quick as some of the other drivers in the car, although he's certainly pushing hard as well, and keeping the lap times very consistent indeed, which is what this is all about, of course.
Exactly right. Your car will only be as fast as the slowest driver in your driver lineup. Bernd Schneider is the quickest driver, you'd have to argue, in the driver lineup of the number 2 Mercedes. Harry Procek, Reinhard Renger, Sean Johnson and Reinhard Kurtler are the other 4 men that are in the car. But Schneider is definitely Mr. Press On. He only has 2 speeds, doesn't he? Flat out or not in the car at all. So he is giving chase to Paul White. 4 laps is a lot to try and draw back, but as we've seen from a number of different cars and different classes, it's a heartbeat away losing 4 laps. Somebody's incident, it gets you involved. Somebody's debris gets you involved. The car just packs up under you, or you make a mistake of your own, and suddenly 4 laps and a whole lot more can go west very quickly indeed.
It's absolutely right. I think what's crucial in races like this is the fact that Ram Racing aren't new to this, and they know the danger times. As it gets dark, obviously we're into the night time now, you've still got to be consistent, you've still got to keep all the concentration, perhaps give a little more leeway to the competition than you were doing in daytime, because you may be dazzling them, they maybe inexperienced drivers at night themselves. So even if you've got the experience, you've still got to give a bit of leeway. But then even then, we're not even halfway. You were just telling us how far we were through the race. We're not even halfway through the race. So there's all kinds of things that could still go wrong. You know, the mechanical problem that you've never experienced before, getting involved in someone's accident. You know, so Ram Racing really do, as all of the leading cars will do. I mean, Bernd Schneider and HP Racing as well will be the same. You just have to keep your focus all the way through, and particularly as everybody gets more and more tired through the wee small hours of the night. You know, those are the times when your body is normally sleeping, your brain is normally not being asked to do as much, and that's where the real experience of doing endurance racing comes through.
Exactly right, and it's the same for the broadcasters and the audience as it is for the drivers. Drivers tend to get a little more in terms of treatment, physio, sleep. So we'll hope to keep you going, and you likewise to keep us. So at Martin Haven, at Specutainment, at Paul Truswell, at Gearbox Girl for Shay Adam when she is on and off air, and also at Bradders 3078. PC Bradley is patrolling the pit lane. We'll catch up with him in just a short while. John Hindhoff and Shay Adam gone off to refuel their tanks, get some food on board. So let's just run down for those of you that may be joining us coming in this evening. With 10.5 hours of the race gone. We started out with a fairly major battle between one Porsche, one Ferrari and four Mercedes. The Ferrari very quickly fell by the wayside. A gearbox failure within about 8 laps at the start of the race was brought back in, new gearbox fitted, and it continues to run. It's a long way back though, Paul. I mean, they did a gearbox change in comfortably under 2 hours, but when everybody else is flying around the circuit, 2 hours is a very, very long way back. And in the end now, they've put it back together, so the guys that paid the bills to have the car running actually get their 24-hour race.
I mean, the car is running, and the last lap it did was a 1:55, which is roughly the same as the leading group of cars is doing. But it did lose 60 laps, that Ferrari. And it's great pity for that car that it got so far delayed.
In fact, there's only one other car in the top 45 that did a 1:55 last time round, and that's a similarly delayed front runner, a car that has led several times. HB Racing, Team Herbert, Porsche 997. And Alfred Renauer is at the wheel of that car at the moment. That had a major transmission issue. Otherwise, it would still be vying for a top 3 position, in a top 3 position indeed. It was second, it was third, it led as the pit stop cycled round until that breakthrough moment after just about 8 hours, when suddenly Ram Racing no longer lost the lead by stopping, fueling and changing drivers.
Yeah, 35 laps is how far the Porsche has fallen back. That's the number 7 HB Racing as opposed to the Mercedes, which is HP Racing. The Team Herbert car is the number 7 car, which has fallen down to 31st place in the overall standings. And of course the other leading runner that we had which fell by the wayside was the BMW, the Z4 of the Falkenhorst Motorsport team, Martin, the number 3 car. Again, highly thought of in the early stages. It's still going and is 58th. 66 laps behind.
Mixed day for them in endurance racing, because in the 7th VLN race of the season they actually got a class podium with another Z4 BMW. So the guys that came to Spain got hot and sweaty and had to work hard on the cars. The guys that were at the Nürburgring for the VLN got cold, but they got covered in champagne later. So 6 of one, half dozen the other. And again, that shows, the experience of some of these teams, not just running cars in a 24-hour race, but running different cars in different endurance races at the same time. Well, down in the pit road is Joe Bradley. Good evening, Joseph. How are you?
I'm very good. Having had dinner and found myself very well rested there, just having a little snooze, keeping in touch with the race, and pretty much listening to the carnage that went on in the last couple of hours. And I'm with the Simple Motorsport Honda, the number 76 car that was involved in, let's say, an incident. I'm with Alan James, who was at the wheel of that car. Alan, firstly, tell us a little bit of detail about the incident and what exactly happened to you guys.
Sorry, it's these cars are quite loud here. It's quite difficult to hear.
Tell us about the accident that caused the damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, we were having quite a good battle with Roll Centre's car there. It was obviously an SP3 car and we're an A2, but we were still able to keep up and have a good battle with him. And it was good, it was quite good. They were all quicker on the straight, we had them through the technical bits. Unfortunately, I don't know, we've been to the Clark of the course and now decided, but I don't know, I think it's probably going to come down to a racing incident. I think he could have seen me a lot earlier and maybe they just ran out of room. I was on the grass on the right and I couldn't have gone any further. And unfortunately we touched. It's caused quite a lot of damage and it put us both in the wall, so none of us gained out of it at all. We lost quite a lot. Quite disappointing, really. But the boys have been busy, and I did go on the radio and say, that's it, we're not going to get back out for this one, and it's about to go. Next couple of minutes it'll be out.
Alan, we're not even half distance, man. We've still got a lot of race. So, do you know exactly what has been replaced on the car?
Quite a lot on the front. All the front bulkhead, lights, radiator, bumper, bonnet. No, bonnet's the same. Wings, headlight. But also on the rear, we've rear beam, rear damper, springs. Quite a lot. I think we've run out of our spares now, so hopefully the next half is good to us.
Well, there's only the shell left in the truck, isn't there? We're not going to re-shell it, are we?
Yeah, I hope we don't have to go that far, but with any luck now, we've had the bad luck behind us, and we can just get on with the race, try and enjoy it now, and see what happens halfway through, I suppose.
Well, it's nothing to lose now, I suppose. I was going to say run to the finish, but we're 2 hours away from half distance. So you've still got more race than you've had, so you never know.
Yeah, if it continues the way the first bit has, it's going to be quite worrying for us. We're definitely going to run out of bits. But the driver's looking forward to getting back in now, and we just want to enjoy the racing now and then just see what happens over the next couple of hours.
Are you going to be back in the car in the darkness?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, a little bit sore on the wrist on my thumb. I think I had my thumb on the inside of the wheel and hit the wall. So that's hurting a little bit, but I don't think it'll stop me. I enjoy the driving as well as the engineering side, so I want to get back in.
And have you done much driving in the dark? Racing in the dark, I should say.
This car has done a few. I've only been racing for 4 years, so it's still fairly new. Got a lot to learn. With Martin, Dan, and Simon with us, they've done a lot of coaching with me and helping. It's just disappointed the way this is sort of started for us, but hopefully we can end on a good high.
Well, I think the term is character building. I've used that so much already today for people up and down this pit lane. Character building is what I said, Alan.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's definitely bonding the team. They're spending a lot of sweaty minutes next to each other, so I think they could do with a shower as well.
Thanks for talking to us, Alan. And the good news is that there's a driver being plugged back into the 76 Honda, so it shouldn't be long before we see it back out.
Very good news indeed for the Synchro Motor. Arrived in the booth just as Bernd Schneider brings the number 2 Mercedes in from second place to the Pompe d'Essence. Is he at the fuel pumps or is he actually
Yes, he's at the fuel pumps, Martin, and coming into a nice empty set of fuel pumps, so he could pretty much take his choice of which one to do. I am slightly disappointed that he's come in as early as he had, because I was hoping that he was going to be able to stay out longer than Paul White. Not that I want anything against Ram Racing, you understand, but just because it would be nice to see that Schneider just being able to close that gap down a little bit, but use the fuel a little bit more quickly on his SLS AMG, and so he's come in first, and I'll be expecting Paul White either in at the end of the lap that he's currently on or the one after that.
Now, I have a question for you, and we did posit this earlier on, but once we're away from the heat of the day, we might see drivers going for a 2-hour stint and short fueling in the middle to get maximum driving time out of a rocket ship like Bernd Schneider. Do you think that's a possibility?
Well, we did get that already from Bernd Schneider, because he was able to use one of the Code 60s to come in to refuel only, and that's enabled him to run to the end of 2 hours. So this is a 2-hour stint that Bernd has just done. And if you can combine that with a Code 60 as well, then so much the better. And we've just been joined by somebody who did exactly that and managed to combine it with a Code 60. Not once, but twice, Jade. You got 2 Code 60 pit stops.
We lucked in.
Didn't you just?
It went really well. It went really well. We were umming and ahhing, and we kind of took a risk in the first one because we were pretty low on fuel, and it worked out. So we're very happy, and we were in P3. We've just dropped to P4 after a pit stop, so it's going well for us.
And it's going well for the team because your car has got the lead of the class as well, hasn't it? James Kay in the 91 car. So you've got, in fact, you're still still in third place in the class.
Okay, just.
So, yeah, because, in fact, Paul May has... no, he's the SB3 class. No, so you're still in that top 3 battle. So you've got 2 of the top 3 cars. So, yeah, the team must be feeling...
Yeah.
Right, 14 hours to go. Let's knock this one on the head and get down the pub.
Just 14 hours to go,
Yes.
nice and easy. Like I said when I was up here before, you know, the team don't go out on outright speed. They've done these so many times, they know just consistency is the key, and it seems to be working so far.
So you're like the Duracell bunny at the moment. You're bouncing around, but it is only, you know, 11:15 at night. So, you know, normally that's fairly sensible. What about in terms of discipline, of getting some rest and being ready to get back in the car? What's the schedule now for you?
So, first port of call is obviously food. That just goes without saying, aside from motorsport as well, food's always the first port of call.
That much we know.
So, obviously, get some food down you, then a bit of sleep. But I don't want to rest too much, you know, because if you sleep too much, you get a bit groggy. So, I go and visit my friends in other teams, see how they're all getting on, chat to Bex. She keeps me entertained, and then, you know, back in the car, she'll be back in about 1:30, so a little bit of sleep before then, but I'll be ready to go.
All right, and that'll be another one fuel fill stop unless Code 60s intervene.
Yeah, so normally what we normally do is an hour and a half stint, and they drive for previous refuels, but obviously with Code 60s it chops and changes, but that's the overall plan.
Okay, so almost like everybody else, you're changing driver when you have to because of fuel come in.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, excellent. All right, well, listen, it's been an entertaining race for you so far. You've driven in the heat of the day. It's cooling down a little. Most notably, track temperature is coming down. Do the team say how much of a difference, or were you feeling how much of a difference that's making?
Yeah, I mean, obviously with Code 60s now, if you're pushing hard and then you have a long Code 60, the temperature obviously drops, so that first lap of green, you have to be really careful. But the team trust me, they know that I know what I'm doing, so they might give you a little prompt on maybe ABS or traction control, but overall they just let you do what you're here to do, basically, and that is drive their car.
Just have fun with the big hairy V8 in front.
Exactly that.
Excellent. Well, listen, have a good evening. Enjoy your next time out in the car. Thank you for coming up to join us. Thanks also to Rebecca Jones, the ever fragrant, for bringing Haribo and cake. Cake,
but no cake forks.
Doesn't matter. Cake gets mentions. That's the rule. Thank you very much indeed. We'll see you ladies later. So yeah, absolutely guaranteed. Mentions on radiolemans.com if you bring cake. I'm easily bribed.
I've just been looking at Ben Schneider's 2 stints, and to sound disappointed is not quite right, but let's just report the facts and keep my emotions out of it. 46 laps was what Ben did in 2 stints, one of 18 and one of 28 laps. And I would have expected him to be able to do more than that. What I haven't been able to do is to see exactly quite how far... what time he was on that stint, because of course there was Code 60 during it, but I don't think he was up at 2 hours. I think he was more like an hour and 40. So anyway, that being as it may, Sean Johnston is now at the wheel of the number 2 Mercedes, the HP racing car, and we now wait for Paul White to bring his Mercedes into the pits, because he has been not disappointing at all. He's done a really good stint. We've been commenting on the lap times and so on for that car, but he's already done 35 laps in his stint, and this has been a non-stop stint. There hasn't been an extra little bit of fuel stop in the middle. It's been a 35 lap non-stop stint for Paul, and he's still going great guns. We'll expect him to go up to about 38 and then be looking for that Mercedes to come into the pits, but for the moment at least the car is 6 laps to the good at the front of the field, with the delay for the number 2 Mercedes, which the number 10 Mercedes, the Hoffa Racing car, hasn't been able to take advantage of. That currently has Rudy Eggerman behind the wheel of it, and
starting to wonder, incidentally, if anybody else has driven that car in about the last 5 hours, because every time I look at the screen, number 10 just says R. Eggerman.
Well, of course, it doesn't come in very often. Its last stop was at 2:48. They've been doing 50 lap stints, Martin. I mean,
its last stop was at 2:48.
No, at 2:48 laps.
Laps, right? Yes, I was going to say that really is a diesel Mercedes.
No, sorry, I was talking laps, not time. Yeah. I confuse myself sometimes as well. He's getting up to What's the number 10 car done? 285 laps now. And as I say, the previous stints have been of the order of 45, 50 laps. He did a 249 lap stint. Eggman, last time he was in the car, actually did 50 laps at the wheel of that number 10 Mercedes. So you called it parsimonious. I mean, it's certainly frugal on the fuel, and it can turn in lap times which are quite as good as everybody else around it. And there's no reason why it shouldn't be able to continue going as well as it has done. And of course, as we've been saying, it's not having as much strain put on it as the other two are.
I think that AMG SLS is probably getting better mileage than my diesel CC20. Ridiculous. Joe Bradley down in pit lane, Ginetta territory. That's a bit southern for you, Joe. Can you understand what they're saying?
You know what? I've got nothing to say. I've just walked past a pit with a car with the term "cycle pet" on the side of it, and that's a term that's used very commonly from where I am. Perhaps the prize for the busiest garage in the pit lane is garage number 38, where we have the Ginny and Bootson team working on their car, and equally busy is the team from the 163 on the 163 Ginetta. And got a chance to speak to Adrian Barwick, who's one of the drivers from the 163 Ginetta. Adrian, there's so much activity on your car. I'm trying to fathom out exactly what is being done, but fundamentally all four corners look okay, so it's in the right direction.
The car came in the front right corner. Unfortunately, Flick had contact with a Clio coming back onto the track whilst being pushed wide by a Ferrari coming through. She didn't see it and went in really hard, so completely new round, new front right corner. Yeah, I mean, the guys have been working brilliantly, so we'll be back out.
Yeah, and we've still got, a lot of race to race, so things can come back your way. They've done an absolutely sterling job, and I didn't expect to see the progress that I'm seeing now. So, what stage are we at? How far are we away, do you think? Have you managed to speak to anyone?
Well, they've just got to string out the geometry, get us started, fluid's gone in. I think we'll be out in the next 20-25 minutes for sure.
The sort of thing that would take 3 days at the Quick Fit Centre, isn't it? Fantastic work.
These guys know Ginetta's backwards, so absolutely super optimum. Brilliant team.
Are you in the car next, Adrian?
I am. I'm looking forward to nearly a 2-hour stint with normal headlights. I really am.
Yeah, that's why you're pacing around the car like a caged tiger, aren't you?
I'm just going to hang on to someone around my place with proper headlights and see if I can follow them around for 2 hours. Well, that's all I can do.
So that's a point. There's a lot of work going on with regards to the extra lighting. Is that going to be a problem with the new front end? Is that not wired up for that extra lighting?
This is a normal bumper. Obviously, our endurance bumper, which had side lights as well as 2 LED light pods on it, is destroyed. We've lost one of the LED lights. We've got one back. So obviously you can see it on. Hopefully it'll work. If it doesn't, I've just got the normal headlights. So failing that, I'll just clamp a torch between my teeth. Who knows?
That's called a challenge. Rather you than me, mate. I'll stay here with the microphone. You get out there.
I think this is why we love endurance racing so much.
I think we all do. Thanks for talking to us, Adrian. I'll leave you to your pacing around the car. Just itching to get in that 163 Ginetta there. And great work from the Optimum Motorsport boys there. Working like Trojans. It's one way of staying awake.
And a great shame for them as well. Thank you, Adrian Barwick and Joe Bradley. Yeah, incident for Flick Haig, no fault of her own. She was being eased wide down to turn 13, 14 by a Ferrari on the inside,
yes.
Exactly. So we know exactly which car she's referring to, which not only eased her into, but also obscured a spun Renault Clio. So down the hill here, down into that final nasty Nadgery sequence of corners that we were just looking at on the TV monitors. Unfortunately, very heavy impact. We saw that pretty much destroyed everything forward of the engine.
In case there are people still picking up the story and working out what happened, the car leading the class comfortably at that stage. I mean, there was, I use the phrase optimum to refer to the way that the car was going, because it was, it had run faultlessly, and then through no fault of their own, they get this big problem. And of course, that's why we stay up all night and we watch the race and we pay attention, because you never know when something else like that might come along and befall somebody else. So, it is why we love endurance racing, even though less than halfway into the race, we do have this 5-lap gap between first and second. It only takes a tiny change of fortunes for somebody, and that will come down.
It only takes a minute, girl, as they say. Because we didn't do it a little earlier on because of other things happening, namely cake, Paul White leads the race overall in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes and leads the A6 class from Sean Johnston, who's back in the number 2 Mercedes, and Egerman in the number 10 Mercedes, lies in 3rd place overall and in class 6. 997, we've got a 1-2. Number 17, Paul Lafarge, I believe,
yes, that's
ahead
right.
of Daniel Schneider in number 54. That's the Brazilian car behind the grey 17 car. They're both Porsche 991 GT3Rs. And they're 4th and 5th overall. In 6th place, another of our class leaders that we do at 22, SPX. That is the class exclusively Lamborghini Huracans. And I'm continuing to say now that's the one that hasn't had a problem yet, Rinat Salikov.
And it's in the pits at the moment for refuelling, Martin.
It isn't.
Oh no, it's not. Sorry, it's the 22 one that I'm looking at.
There we
That's coming.
go.
Yes, one of the ones that has had problems.
Yes,
Sorry.
I was scanning the screen and I shot too far down past Marcel Leipert in the 22 car. That itself has had an off-track excursion that required fixing. The 21 car, which nominally was the fastest of all in qualifying, and in the hands of Milos Pavlic at the beginning of the race, was right up the sharp end. That has disgraced itself ever since, unfortunately. But SPX Rinat Salikov is still the class leader. What else do we do at this time of day? We do SP2. Now that car is on pit road. James Kay brought in the 91 Mark Cars Australia Racing V8, and that car came in as the class leader. 92, the sister car, the car which Jade Edwards, who just was with us, is driving. Marco Harbour has brought that in. Now, when Jade was here, they were 3rd in class. It is 2nd in class. She said that had happened in the last pit stop, and she was right. And then the number 43 car, our SP3 class leader, which is still Paul May. He is in 12th place, so that's your top 12, and the classes that we do at 22 the hour, that's now 4 minutes to the hour.
But the fact that you have just went through that, Martin, very useful, because it does draw attention to that stupendous battle that we've got in SP2, bottom end of the top 10 in terms of their overall positions, but with the 2 Mark Australia V8 cars having pitted, that's now given the SP2 lead to the number 164 car, which is the GC automobile car, the GC10 V8 of Lionel Amrouche, Alban Ranuti, Eric Gaillard and Cyril Calmon. And it's Eric Gaillard who's currently behind the wheel. It's in relation to Patrick. I've got a feeling he is, actually.
Yeah.
I think I've asked that question before and somebody tweeted an answer. But those 3 cars are, well, they're not all on the same lap, but they're very close together, and as a result of the pit stop cycle, they keep changing order, because Gaillard will lose the lead of the class as soon as he comes in for his pit stop, and I'm afraid SP2 doesn't actually feature on the new revised manual pit stop chart.
Right, okay. But you're absolutely right, Eric Gaillard. I said the Mark Cars Australia cars are 1st and 2nd. They're not. They've now dropped to 2nd and 3rd in the class rather than 1st and 3rd, because Eric Gaillard, as you said, has not yet stopped. So that continues. With Jade Edwards and Rebecca Jones, it's just like listening to BBC TMS, says Sam Pearce. Sam, you could not make a higher, you could not think of higher praise. But I have to say, absolutely, in terms of radio sport commentary, BBC Test Match Special is the zenith. To even approach that sort of standard in anybody's view, I'm very pleased that you think that we're even a fraction as entertaining. And if you are on Twitter, if you follow me, you can see various people tweeting stuff to us. At Martin Haven, it's spelled as it sounds, like heaven, but without the first E. And you see pictures posted by Alan Prosser of the damaged Ginetta G24, which G55 over G24. It's a very different looking jet. The G55, which was the class-leading car, hardly optimum. I mean, in fact, it was maximum motorsport it was early on in the race. Now it's optimum because they're doing as much as they can to get back to maximum. That car, as we heard from the team with Joe Bradley, is about to go back out with some lighting, not quite as much as they'd hoped, because their nighttime bumper, or their endurance bumper, took a very big bump, and just the replacement one, which is the daytime one, or a sprint race one, doesn't have the extra lights, and more importantly, presumably, doesn't have holes or fixings or mountings in which to put what bits of extra light they could save off the old one. They had already lost one of their LED lights, we knew that beforehand, and the other one was rescuable from the damaged front end, but we'll have to wait and see what Adrian Barwick gets out of it. I'm just going to go and talk quite quietly amongst yourselves. What am I looking for? 136, aren't I? So that's now... I almost don't want to find it now. I've flipped onto page 3. 163, yes, 55th position at the moment, the car that Flick Haig brought in. And in fact...
At least it's back in the pits, it's back in the garage, it's being worked on.
Yeah.
And...
But behind that are the halt and the lane.
Yes.
That is... Yeah, that is the last of the damaged cars, or the highest place to the damaged cars so far. And there are cars behind it like...
The BMW Z4 is still running, isn't it?
The number 3 Valkenhorst car. Yeah, no, they are the halt and the lane. I didn't say they're the deceased. They are, they are all cars that have had problems. The Dykhoff car, the Breukers car, Martin Byford's car, which is still going, that Seat, despite every effort to the contrary. Martin Short's car. A whole host of them that have had significant incidents and are, well, the team's refusing to give up on. They have not pulled the plug on the life support, and they are giving them every chance of making the remaining 13 hours of the race. It's 11 o'clock, Central European summertime, 24 hours of Barcelona. "11 hours down and 13 hours to go in the penultimate race of the Hankook International Endurance Series for 2015. It's the 24 hours of Barcelona, coming to you live on RadioLeMans.com. Martin Hagen, Paul Truswell in the booth, Joe Bradley in pit lane, and John Hindhoff and Shea Adam are taking a well-earned break for a few minutes. It's Paul White in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes, who is our race leader. Paul Truswell has been scribbling furiously. I can see is working out in the margin. I will mark it in just a moment. Paul, what have you got?
Well, I'm just amazed at the rate that Paul White is continuing to lap at, because he has now done 42 laps at the wheel of that Mercedes. So he's getting very good mileage out of the car, and I expected him in around about 2-3 laps ago, and he's still going very strong indeed, and extending the margin all the time, of course.
Is his stint Code 60 affected? Was it
Yes.
Code 60 affected at the beginning?
It has been Code 60 affected, and that has an effect for sure. He's not limited by time in terms of his 2 hours. That's not a worry for him. But as I say, I'm pretty sure that that's as far as that car has gone, even though we have had other Code 60 periods for it. So no, he's a stint of the race, really.
And this is an unintentional effect of Code 60, isn't it? When you've got a safety car out, cars tend to be going a lot faster, and they use less fuel than at full race speed, but certainly a lot more than if they're doing only 60 kilometres an hour, where they're, a lot of them, barely idling.
Yeah, exactly so. And it may well be that Paul White was using the whatever tricks were available on the car to save fuel even more, up to 300 laps now then for Paul White. Yeah, the furthest that car has gone thus far, bearing in mind that this is now all being timed manually rather than using the benefits of Electronic Wizardry, was a 39 lap stint, and he's now, as I say, on to his 42nd lap of his stint, so going strongly.
What do you mean, not electronic wizardry? You are our electronic wizard. You are manually timing it. It is still being timed by electronic wizardry.
Sorry,
just you.
It's just me, yes.
Yes.
I mean, the times are all electronic. It's just that my little software has failed on me for the first time ever. So I'm very upset about that, but we'll carry on. We'll make it all happen.
Well, if only we had a software engineer in. For White, Sean Johnson, and is it Ronald Egerman? I can't tell you how many times Roland Egerman. That's the one. I couldn't tell you how many times I've said his name so far, and I'm still getting it wrong. They are our top three, leading the A6 class with 12 hours 56 minutes of the race to go. So we're starting to get towards midway, midnight here in Central European. So wherever you are watching,
sorry to interrupt, Martin. The other good news, whilst I think about it, that was one of the other things that went into the margin, is that hour from 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock here in Spain, we managed to achieve 30 laps. And 30 laps is very important to get through, because if we can get that kind of a rate, then we can hit a record for the distance completed in 24 hours at Barcelona. If we get 29, then that will do as well.
Oh, okay. So 29 will be 28 will be at best a draw. 29 for a win.
We'll achieve it. Yes.
So it's still an achievable run rate.
And 30 is, as I say, doable if we don't have code 60s.
Okay.
So we can keep monitoring it if you've got nothing else to do. And
well, we've had 9 in 10 hours, code 60s that is. So
yes.
None in the remaining 11 hours.
We'll be fine.
50 odd minutes. Fine, unlikely. 12 hours and 55 minutes. Car 66 team manager report to race director in capitals. So that's a shout on the timing screen. Now the car 66, 32nd place for that Porsche. That is the Miro Konotka run and driven with his teammates from Slovakia, Porsche. The yellow car that had a big incident earlier on. And I wonder whether this is the knock-on of that, whether they finally got round to examining some footage from somewhere of that incident.
That would be my guess, yes, because that car was involved in there was an element of contact involved in the incident, and it may well be they just want to have the team manager's thoughts on the matter rather than apportioning blame at this stage.
Yes, although it's now so long ago, I can't remember where or whom the contact was with. So we are sort of, I think there's a bit of mission creep in race control, to be honest, with examining incidents. We heard, didn't we, from the driver of the Honda Civic that was involved with the Roll Centre Racing BMW, an incident under waved yellow flags with the car and marshals in the gravel trap. And he was saying that they'd both been up to race control and it was going to be, he thought, judged as a racing incident. Well, in green flag conditions, yes. Under yellows, no, you shouldn't have been on the grass on the inside of the BMW. I'm afraid that's not what happens under yellow flags, even in the dark. So that's not a racing incident. That should be a penalty if you admit that you were inside trying to pass. John Hindhoff is back in the booth, as you can tell from his deft control of the buttons. He wasn't quite aware that I was on his headset because I'm in my chair. So he's got his coffee. So you drink your coffee. I'll continue to press the wrong buttons and slide the wrong faders up. Paul Truswell.
Well, it's finally happened. The Paul White pit stop, which I've been dying to tell you about, is finally unfolding at pump number 4, and so Paul White is in the pits being refueled. Bad news for the number 178, which has just come into the pits and found that all the chairs are being sat upon. So number 178 is the CWS 4x4 Ginetta, and finally somebody frees up a pump, and so the Ginetta is able to go and refuel. Paul White then coming in at the end of his 301st lap, and that is for his 8th pit stop, or the 8th pit stop for
Yep.
that car, and means that the stint from Paul White was some 44 laps, which, as I say, is as far as that particular car has gone on a single tank or race. We said that it's not as far as the number 10 has gone, and they both have the same sized fuel tank, except of course that the number 10 has the ability to put more fuel in, whereas the number 30 Mercedes can only put 100 litres of fuel into it at each stop. That might mean that the next stint from that car is shorter because it hasn't actually got as much fuel in it because Paul White's used it all up.
I have another theory. 10 could be running on LPG as well. I don't know how he's doing this. I don't know where that economy is coming from in that number 10 car.
No, I mean, the point is meant seriously,
Yes.
in the sense that it might not go as far the next time because the tank is 120 litres,
Yes.
but they're only allowed to put 100 litres in at each stop.
At a time.
So if everybody uses 120 litres, it's not going to work.
Everybody can't use it. Only
Exactly.
once can anybody use 120 litres. No, exactly right. I mean, the point there is good, is that if you don't empty it completely, every time you put 100 litres in, there is still a little bit more, and having a few laps under code 60, maybe as few as 2 laps under code 60 gives you another full racing lap because you are using so little. I was just thinking actually about the Mercedes road cars, a lot of them, especially the big ones, especially the AMG ones, the 6.3s and stuff, they have all that switch your cylinder offy when you're not using them technology, don't they? I wonder if that's in the race car as well, bearing in mind the fact that when you're on code 60, of all the cylinders, you probably need no more than 2 to creep it around. Probably need no more than 1, frankly.
Absolutely, no. So it's clearly been a good drive from Paul White, and all credit to him. I'm sure that Joe Bradley will catch up with him and ask him for the full lowdown on that stint, as the car itself should now be being handed back to Thomas Jaeger, who, if memory serves, was the driver who actually started the car at the beginning of the race. And so that would be Thomas Jaeger getting in it for his 3rd stint.
Yes.
And an indication of how the race will pan out thereafter. And of course, whilst the car is in the pits, I just wonder if they're going to do a brake change at some point. They probably will, but that wasn't it, because Jaeger has just left the pit lane.
Off like a scalded cat. And now, when you got a rescue vehicle has just driven across the bottom of our picture in turn 1. Now, there isn't anybody off yet. There is somebody off in turn 1. There's a yellow flag at Marshall Post 1, which is at turn 1. So somebody's gone off down there, so we'll wait to see who that is. There is no sign of a code 60 yet, but valid point. Apparently, the Mercedes switchy off cylindery thingy is called cylinder on demand, or I think cylinder switchy offy thing is a much more logical and understandable phrase for the use of that. So number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes comes in from the lead, returns to the track, still comfortably in the lead. A 4-lap margin will do that for you. Even a full 4-minute pit stop, or in their case 4 minutes and 3 seconds, is only 2 laps maximum of anybody else's time out on the track. And of course they lose that back again as soon as they stop. So yellow flags in turn 1, no sign of any miscreant shown as gone missing, but it will take another couple of minutes before that happens. No, the highest placed car that it has stopped according to our timing screen is still the number 149, and that's the RWT Racing Team Corvette, which was comfortably leading the SP2 class until it left the pit lane, trickled down the hill into the lowest bit of the turn 1, turn 2 element, and then was rolled back down and behind the barriers, and that was the end of its race. And Paul, I'm not, maybe this would be a job for Joe Bradley, I'm not sure we still really got an answer to why they think the car left the pits quite healthily and then didn't go more than another couple hundred metres.
Well, yes, but Joe did do an interview, didn't he? Because we heard that it had its brakes done, and the thing that confused me was that there didn't seem to be much wrong with the brakes because it was rolling backwards and being able to stop when it needed to stop. So I'm not quite sure. You're absolutely right. We didn't get to the bottom of it. We did speak to somebody from the team, but it didn't kind of tick all the boxes.
Brakes looked to be the least likely of its issues since it stopped going up a hill. which sounds like not lack of stopping, but lack of going. Number 7, Porsche, back in or still in, Paul? Oh, back in for more remedial work at the underneath. Meanwhile, fresh, probably not the word, Joe Bradley, from his stint for Paul White, but I should think at least beaming from ear to ear after a mega stint in the leading Ram Racing car.
It's as if you've got a CCTV camera on us, Martin. Paul White is beaming ear to ear when he certainly heard that comment about being fresh out of the number 30 Ram Mercedes. Paul, we've had a bit of carnage lately out there, but you guys are staying out of the way.
Yeah, I think basically our plan is to take advantage of the gap that we've got and just preserve it, don't take any risk, just look to stay on track and out of trouble.
Percentage-wise, how hard are you guys pushing?
I guess 95, 98%.
So that's pretty close to the edge then.
Yeah, but, you know, there's pointless taking risks. So we've just got to really read the traffic as accurately as we can. Anything looks half dicey, stay out.
So a clear track, you're close to the edge, conservative through the traffic, yeah?
Yeah, so if we get the opportunity to push on, we will do it, but it's just pointless, pointless taking one spin at this stage.
We've noticed on the TV screens having to move offline all the time around here, and pickup being a particular issue. Have you guys had any problem with pickup?
No, not really. I don't think it's actually that bad. It's more important to keep an eye on the gravel, really.
Yeah, there's been a lot brought on, yeah?
There's a fair bit of gravel at times. It's not too bad after the Code 60 because they had a big clear-up, but it's building up again now.
I know we've got some illumination around the circuit, but just how good or how bad is that?
I think the visibility's excellent, to be honest. It's really, really good. It's one of the better ones.
Great stuff. So what will Paul White do now? What's your plan now, having just got out of the car? Tell us what happens next in the life of a racing driver at a 24-hour endurance race.
Bottle of water and feed my face, I think.
Any sleep, any relaxation, any snoozing?
Yeah, I'm going to try and get a kip now because I guess I'm going to get one of the graveyard shifts.
Yeah, me too, mate. I'll catch you later. Thanks for taking time out to talk to us. A bit of insight there as to what's going on in the lead car.
Yes, and extra credit to Paul for managing to make fuel where there was no fuel before. So very good stint from him. We had a great shot looking at the in-car a little while ago. Not quite sure how many of our listeners are watching the in-car shots. We were getting on the live stream, but it was Ivo Breukers at the wheel of the number 101 car, the red Camel Jordans, Leon, and he was passing another car on the inside going down the main straight. And then two cars came up on the inside of him, and so he was trying to squeeze across to the left, obviously, but without getting too close to the car that he was overtaking. And then a fifth car came around on the outside of the lot of them and just flashed past the lot of them. It was very hectic just for a moment for Ivo Breukers, but he survived. The other four cars that were involved in it as well survived, so all was good. But it just shows you, even at this time of night, how hard, what was it Paul White said, 95, 98% is, when you're pushing as hard as all that.
In daylight, Alan Prosser shows that the 66 car, of course, collided with the Nexus Seat, the number 111 car.
Wasn't
yes, it was.
Right,
Thank you for that, Lanzarote Camel. Right Turn Lover says cylinder on demand is misleading. I may demand my engine to be a V12, but it's still going to be a V8. So cylinder turning offy thingy is definitely the way to go with that nomenclature. Nearly 20 past, I'm going to give it 20 past 11. We'll now look at our touring car classes. In Class A2, it will come as very little surprise to anybody that the number 115, the pale blue Peugeot RCZ of the Danish K-Riser team, is still in the lead of that class. Per Polson remains at the wheel. They're getting a good hour and a half in that car on their fuel. In A3T, the turbo class, now in 12th overall, the all-Dutch crude car. Kees Besson remains at the wheel of that car, and they are doing 2-hour stints pretty much in that car, and up to 12th position. And again, if I hadn't thrown my grid sheet in a ball in the back of the grid, the booth, I'd be able to see where they started. They have made up probably, I want to think, 25 places from the start. A5, Jamie Morrow is now in 18th place in car number 146. Now that's the Saxon Motorsport BMW 1 Series, the 135D GTR, that he shares with Nick and Tom Barrow and Dave Robinson. And again, that car, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is now in its 7th hour in the lead of A5. In the D1 class, the last final hurrah for the 139 car was 7 hours ago, the Hungarian crewed Golf. Witold Elefki was then the class leader, and since then it's been the Lithuanians that actually out-qualified. Sorry, they said that on the Lithuanians are in the Golf. And back in the car is Kęstutis Vilkas, and he is currently leading, or he is still in the car, and he is leading the D1 class. And that car now has moved up to 39th spot. And again, because of how far it's travelling on the fuel, they are in for about 2 hours. And the final one of our touring car classes we're looking at 20 past every hour is the SP3 class. Now, these cars started off barely halfway up page 2 at the beginning of the race. The SP3 class leader, Paul May, is now 11th, so better than halfway up page 1 of the timing screen. And that is car number 43, which is the APO Sport Porsche 997 Cup GT4 car. Paul and James May, Alex Osborne, that was the car that was fastest of all in the wet to dry qualifying, and then got shuffled a little bit down the issue. Corvette Motorsport saying, we heard you had a chat about the Corvette, we had a diff issue and are repairing it ASAP. So that will be the 149 car.
Which was the one that had the brake issue that disappeared behind the wall.
So clearly the brake issue wasn't a brake issue at all, it was a transmission issue, because then the diff packed up, leaving the pits after they thought they'd fixed the brake issue. So good news, and thank you indeed.
And whilst that has been going on, pit stop for the number 10, third-placed Mercedes, the Hoffa racing car, that has come in, and Roland Eggeman has stayed behind the wheel of it, despite having just done a 51-lap stint. He obviously decided he wants to stay out for more, so Roland Eggeman, a 51-lap stint in the number 10, the numbers, unless he's forgotten to switch the driver ID, which is also a possibility, because I'm just going from what the screen is telling me, and that's not always what has actually happened inside the car.
How many laps has your manual charted him for?
Since his last pit stop, which was at 2:48, so he's definitely done 51 laps. But the question is whether the electronics has missed the fact that there might have been a driver change. It's not, because he's come back in again after a single lap.
Oh, yes.
So I wonder if he refueled and then headed out and forgot to stop for the petrol,
and they said,
tyres.
2 hours, get back in here.
Well, I don't know about the 2 hours, but having to come in and do the driver change. So 2 stops in a row for the number 10 Mercedes.
50 laps at 2 minutes a lap, give or take. He's getting close to the buffers, and he's not going to get that full tank, because that's another hour's worth of driving.
No, certainly not, absolutely. No, my thought was that it might have just been a transponder issue. The other stop which has happened in the same kind of time period, Martin, is the number 17 car out of 5th place, which has just stopped, and Paul Lafargue has now got out of that car and handed it over to Dimitri Engelbert. So it's Engelbert now at the wheel of the number 17 car, that car still in 5th place, because the 997, which was challenging it for the class lead, has also made its pit stop, and that's number 56, which has just come into the pit in the hands of Franco Perugavani. So a bit of a rush of pit stops for the certainly the 997 class.
Yeah, the whole field. Certainly the podium all came in and together and left together pretty much.
Question, I suppose, for Joe Bradley, when he can find out for us, is to get to the bottom of the number 10 Roland Eggeman issue, why he went out, did 1 lap, came straight back in again.
Yeah. And is still shown us on pit road, in the pit lane, in the pits, in the box. Pick out whichever one of those offends you least, and then stop tweeting me about my use of English. It's all right, my English. I've done worse.
The latter remark is certainly true.
It will get worse as the night wears on and the coffee wears off, and we haven't got a knife or fork for our cake. We're going to have to rip it apart with our bare hands. Shay is just going to dive in with her teeth. That's the way it works here. 300 laps completed by Roland Egeman in the number 10 Mercedes, and it has not left the pit lane, and I don't see it on the pit apron. Is pit apron allowed? I think it is, which means that I think probably we ought to bustle somebody down there. I won't fade Joe Bradley up now. I was just giving him some sotto voce commands there, which you probably picked up on Paul's microphone as well. I'm sure he's on his way anyway. See, we've got... now there's number 10 car. That's why he hadn't gone anywhere, because actually now he's just left the pumps. I couldn't identify whether it was him or not at the pumps, and it was. So he is now chuntering down pit road, but he's in the fast lane.
Maybe that was the explanation. He came into the pit and forgot to refuel. Rather than coming in to refuel and then forgetting to pit, he came into the pit and forgot to turn right. We have seen that done before, where as you come into the pit lane, shortly after the timing beam that says you're in the pit lane, you have to do a fairly sharp right to go into the refueling area. And then once you've refueled, you rejoin what is the pit lane if you were in a Formula One car.
Well, I was going to say you only had one job. There are only two reasons you can be coming into the pits. You know, well, yes, all right, you could be coming in for a penalty or some damage or anything else, but if you're not getting penalised or damaged, you're either coming in to get out of the car or to fuel it up, both of which you do at the same time.
Well, Egeman's on his way again. But again, the transponder hasn't shown that anybody different is in the car.
Well, no, because I just watched the car drive straight through and straight out the other end of the pit lanes. He didn't come out of the fast lane. Never mind veer towards the pit.
He did. You said he did come out of the fueling station.
Yes, because he'd been shown on pit road for a long while, and I couldn't see him, so I assumed he was in a garage.
I think we need a member of the police to try and find out what on earth is going on.
PC Joe Bradley has more.
Do we have
or
someone with
conceivably
intelligence
less on this story?
Well, you guys were looking for it, and I was thinking, what are you talking about? It's just coming past me on the pit lane. And then you made it understandable as to what the inquiry was. Well, I'm going to wander into the garage, and maybe someone who can shed a spot of light on it is Kenneth Hyatt.
I think the question is Roland Egeman ever going to get out of that car again?
Is Roland ever going to get out of that car, we're asking?
Oh, please again.
Is Roland ever going to get out of that car?
Yeah, Roland Egeman is getting out of the car, and now Christian and me do all the possible drive time we have in the night.
And Kenneth, what we were looking at was the car came in and went out of the pits and came back in. Had he forgotten to refuel, or was it was too much of a queue or something?
No, too much cars at the fuel stations. So then it's better to go straight, because sometimes the guys say, for example, we hear it over radio, 2 or 3. You go in, but then 2 cars before you cannot measure it in direct way. So sometimes you have to sort out the problem afterwards. So you stay before it, you recognize, okay, no one is free, and then you go on.
Yeah, so everything, nothing untoward, everything plain sailing. He's out there until he comes in, which is after the fuel runs out.
Yeah, until now everything is perfect. We have no touching. We lose a bit of rounds instead of the case that in a lot of Code 60s we were just pitting a lap or 2 or 3 or 5 minutes before, so we lose a lot of laps to the first and now to the second as well. I think it's 3 on the second place, but it's still not half time, so it's a long distance race. I do so much the rear on. Could change a lot.
We know that. Thanks, Kenneth. Thanks for clearing that up. And yes, we are coming up to half time where we change ends and have some orange.
Oh, suck of an orange. Thank you very much indeed, Kenneth Heyer and Joe Bradley. And how much does he sound like Hans Heyer, his father? The way he talks is remarkably similar.
Yes, that particular way that southern Germans have of speaking, which is so much different from northern Germans.
The Bavarian in him.
There's a car on the back of a flatbed, but it's far too dark. Is it the Sacker?
No, I don't think so. Not with a sort of curved, slightly rear wing.
It's very dimly we could see coming through into the assembly area.
It looked like a GT4 Aston rear wing in that sort of thin, slightly bow-shaped, but we don't have a GT4 Aston missing, so it ain't that.
What I don't understand about, going back to Kenneth Heyer's explanation of what happened to Roland Eggemann, is even having not stopped for fuel, you would do the driver and tyres bit and then do the fuel the next time around, because you've still got to do the driver and fuel. He's done neither fuel nor driver at the moment, as far as we know.
He has done fuel. On the second trip through, he got fuel, but he didn't stop to do a driver change, and maybe they weren't planning to at that stage.
That's my point. I'm not sure that... I mean, he's got to come in again now. So he's done... And would you believe it, all 4 refuelling pumps are taken once again, and none of them by Roland Eggemann.
No.
Now,
but he has fueled the car last time through, which was a lap ago.
Are you sure that he did? Or
yes,
did he
yes,
just
yes.
come through the refuelling station because
he was shown as on pit road for 2 or 3 minutes, and I was hunting for him on the pit lane and couldn't see him, and then he came chuntering past, so he can only have been hiding behind our enormous cathode ray tubes in the refuelling area, which I can't see over until I stand on tippy toes.
That's why I was wondering whether he actually fueled or whether he then decided not to wait.
No, I think the first time through was oh no, it's full, darn it, let's go to Tesco's. Then he came back again and there was a pump. However, the interesting thing for me was that Kenneth Heyer said that he and I think Christian Frankenhout
are going to do the rest of the night.
All of their remaining driver allowances, swapping over to and fro through the night. Now, that means that Chantal and Michael Kroll aren't going to drive until 7-ish, 8-ish maybe in the morning, if at all. Chantal will, but Michael Kroll has done a stint, hasn't he? He has been in the car, but not going to drive at night. And Roland Eggemann, therefore, is also going to get 6 or 7 hours off.
The screen has now updated itself without coming into the pit, so it was partially a transponder problem as well. Okay, so that has fully sorted the problem, because the transponder hadn't shown that Christian had got into the car.
So the first stop was Christian taking over, despite... So it was supposed to do a fuel, and then Roland gets out, but the fuel was too busy, so Roland still got out, and Christian came round after 1 lap and fueled up, and presumably there they didn't have too many options left, because if you come in at the end of your fuel, you're not going to be bingo fuel. That's if you don't come in this lap, you're stuffed. You might have 1 extra lap as a bit of a leeway or a bit of a legacy of a code 60 confirmation.
That's exactly what we said should have happened. And as I say, the bit that didn't happen was the transponder changing the ID of the driver in the car. So when Joe was talking to Kenneth Heyer, he didn't understand why we thought Eggemann was still in the car, because he'd already done the change.
He'd already got out, yes, exactly. And one of the things that a lot of the pit boards have is the words driver ID on it. So it's obviously manually done in some way inside the car.
The driver has a little rotary switch which he moves to position 1, 2, 3 or 4.
Gotcha. Or 5.
Or 5. Yes, that's the bit that still baffles me. But yes, it does have a fifth position clearly, because they have 5 drivers. Anyway, all of that has cost a little bit of time for the number 10 Mercedes, the Hoffa racing car, because it is now 4 laps behind the number 2 car, which itself is 4 laps. Actually, it's not. It's only 3 laps behind the Thomas Jaeger car. So 3 laps separates first from second, and 4 laps separates. 3 laps separates second from third. So it's 3 laps separates first from second, 3 laps separates second from third, and then another 4 laps back to the next car up, which is the number 13 Lamborghini, which Salikov is currently at the wheel of, the leader of the SPX class. And then we get the first of the Porsches, which are rapidly filling up the rest of the top 10, which is the number 17 Dimitri Enjalbert car, which has now taken over in 5th place overall and the lead of the 997 class, ahead of Eduardo Azevedo at the wheel of number 54. Now, all of the 997 cars pit pretty much at the same time, so we don't have to worry about some of those being on different pit stop strategies. We have a little over a minute, around about half a lap, separating second from third in that class, numbers 54 through 56.
Yeah, Manuel Nicolaides in the 56 car. He was the last of that trio to stop, wasn't he, and sort of slip back down into third place, ahead of the 59 car, which is the other Classic Motorsport. That's their team car, driven by Fabrice Notari at the moment. So they are vying with each other for a spot on the podium in the 997 class. And as Paul said, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th overall now.
Now, the other thing that's happened, Martin, isn't it? Remember we were arguing about, not arguing, we never argue, discussing about the lead of SP2, and I said that was one to look out for. And Eric Gaillard had just vacated the lead of that class. It must have been a longer pit stop for Gaillard. In fact, it was an 18-minute pit stop, wasn't it, for Eric Gaillard? So a very long pit stop for the number 164 car, which was leading SP2 briefly, but now, having had that 18-minute pit stop, he's dropped quite a long way down SP2 and left the marked cars at the top of the list there.
Well, he's actually only dropped to third in the SP2 class, but he's dropped a long distance behind the two marked cars, Australia machines that are first and second. Car 60, the stewards tell us, have no rear lights. That's the Speed Lovers Porsche 991 Cup car. That's another 997 class car. Philippe Richard, Vincent Desprez, Pierre-Yves Pack and Wilm Moiders from Belgium. So that's a Franco-Belgian entry. 1 Franco and 3 Belgians. The Belgian team, the Speed Lover team.
6 laps is what Kalman lost when he made that pit stop. Cyril Kalman lost to Eric Gaillard. So 6 laps, 18 minutes. Probably did well to get away with as little as that, if I'm honest.
Saker is in the pit lane, and actually, Paul, looking at the back of its rear wing,
I think it was the Saker.
I think that was the Saker,
because it's now being.
What a good call!
Having been taken off, these glasses, they're very good. Having been taken off the back of the flatbed, it's been pushed round through garage number 0, up the pit lane and into its own garage.
However, the flatbed arrived behind race control, which is why we can't see it, because it goes in behind a massive 4-storey race control building. 10 minutes ago, it doesn't take that long to get it off the flatbed and push it through
That's
the
because
garage.
you have to lift it off and put it down.
The flatbeds have all got sort of pulley out, slidey down, rampy beds. So you just roll it off.
Have you noticed you use E at the end of your words quite a lot?
It's descriptive. It's English.
Ish.
English. Exactly. English. Again, the nod of approval from Shea Adam, but then she doesn't speak English. Car number 100 also has no rear lights. That's Motorsport Development's CLN Eurocup LR machine. And that doesn't surprise me, because there's not much left of the car that started on the grid on that one. That was the one that got nudged off into the tyres early on, then had an upright brake, then had another upright brake. The whole of the front of it is bare, whatever the material is that it's made of, held on by gaffer. And now apparently the back end seems to be falling off it as well, if the lights are anything to judge by.
Nice green Lamborghini has just made a pit stop for fuel and has now arrived at the garage to have work done on it. The green one is the number 13 car that leads SPX and is in 4th place overall.
Joe Bradley
Salikov is the driver, and Joe Bradley is there.
He is down there, and Joe Bradley, you're saying, very smoky when it came in.
Sort of motor performance Mercedes is coming to the pits. Came in behind the 76 Honda Civic, couldn't quite tell who was creating the smoke, but it's certainly the 33 Mercedes. It's now being wheeled backwards into the garage. I may be able to get a word with Mr. Muller. Muller, are you okay with English?
Yes.
The car was very smoky there. Is there a problem?
Yeah, the brake broke here at the end of the lane.
So the smoke I saw was smoke from the brake.
Yes.
Right, well you know what? In the scheme, that's pretty good news. It's better than the smoke being from the engine.
That's true. That's true. But it doesn't feel so good at the end at 250, 260 that you have there.
And it just broke on the brake disc is shattered, has it?
Sorry?
Was it the brake disc? Did the brake disc just shatter?
Yeah, it is broke.
Are these carbon brakes or steel? Are these steel brakes?
Steel. It's steel.
So you're going to go off and calm down now, I would imagine.
But we'll go back. We'll come back.
Thank you. So it's not as bad as we thought. It's a brake. It's a brake disc that's shattered, not an engine. There was enough smoke for it to be an engine, but apparently not.
So the brake broke. Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Andreas Muller, that was, because I saw Tim sticking his head in the car door, I think. Alex Muller, rather, yes. So there we go. Right, talks amongst yourselves. I'm going to do a very quick bit of catching.
Just to make the point, was the number 33 SPS Automotive Mercedes that Joe was finding out about. The car that we were describing that's going into its garage was the number 13 Lamborghini out of what was 4th place, but is now 5th place. But that car has now had the work done on it, and it's headed out again. So the number 13 Lamborghini on its way. Freddie Bart has taken over behind the wheel of that car, and it is going back out into the night comfortably in the lead of its specially created SPX class. And so Bart in the Lamborghini, certainly good to see the Lamborghini still going, and is the leading non-German car ahead of what are an awful lot of behind and surrounded by an awful lot of Japanese cars, German cars, with the Australian Mark cars in 9th, 10th places with their SP2 cars. Martin's done his workings out, and it's 20 past midnight. Oh no, it's not. It's 22:11, isn't it? Sorry.
22 midnight.
Yes, 22.
Some of those.
Midnight.
Look at your clock
Yes,
rather than your race time.
Well, they both say the same things.
I know, and neither of them are telling you what it is. You can't translate digital into analog. So, in the lead of Class A6 and the race overall is Thomas Jaeger now, driving the number 30 Ram racing car, which took the lead of the class and retained it through the pit stops 5 hours ago. Just vacated recently by Pablo Blanco, Paul White. Second in class is Sean Johnston. That is the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes that he shares. He took over from Bernd Schneider, shares with Harry Pochik, Rainer Renger and Reinhard Körfler. In third place, Christian Frankenhout, the man who qualified the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes, and that car playing the long game by being parsimonious on fuel and hoping that the race comes to them a little bit more than it seems inclined to do at the moment. They remain 4 laps behind second, who remain 3 laps and change behind the leader. Fourth place and leading a phalanx of 997 class Porsches. Back in the number 17 cars, Dimitri Enjalbert, who had the lead of the class 6 hours ago when he was driving that car, and the car has yet to relinquish it other than very briefly during pit stop flurries. Second place in 997 is Eduardo Azevedo, back in the all-Brazilian crewed number 54 car, which is in 6th place, and between those two Porsches is Freddie Bart, fresh from the pits, and he will be fresh from the pits. He won't be fresh when he gets back in there, in the number 13 Lamborghini Huracan, which is leading the SPX class. But just to round out the top 10 then, having got down to 6th position, Porsches, the 997 class cars in 4th and 6th and 7th, with Manuel Nicolaides in the number 56 car, which is Classica Motors by RMS's first entry, and they are battling their sister car, the 59 machine, which is currently driven by Fabrice Natari, which is in 8th. 9th and 10th are SP2 class leaders, and 91 is now being driven by Keith Kozulki, and the 92 car is being driven by Ryan McLeod, and those are two Mark Cars Australia machines. Behind them, and actually staging something of a recovery, is the 11th placed number 22 SPX Lamborghini Huracan of Isaac Tutumu, and in 12th place Roger Grals, moving up strongly in the 98 car that leads the A3 Turbo class. Grals has just taken it back over once more from Keith Besseman. That's one of very few 3-driver cars, 3 spots behind them, and in second place. In fact, in second and third place in first and second place in the SP3 class are both 3-driver cars. Alex Osborne leads SP3 from Korreuser, and Alex Osborne in the number 43 APO Sport Porsche that he shares with James and Paul May has a lead of 34 seconds maybe over Korreuser. Korreuser in his habitual Lotus Evora GT4, he shares with 17-year-old Hugues Delnoy and 60-year-old Hal Pruitt. So they're sort of straddling the age range there with 900 plus races, Korreuser at 56 years old. So those are the lead groups, and we have got several very close class battles, not just at the top, but all the way down the top dozen. Yellow flags are out at Marshall's posts 8 and 9, which correspond, entertainingly, to corners 8 and 9. I quite like the way that works on the circuit as well. Because of course, when you're at Le Mans, the Marshall's post is its kilometre distance from the start-finish line, which bears no relation whatsoever to even a sort of nominal corner numbering system. 21 is on pit road. That's the car right behind Roger Grals that is the third placed Lamborghini in the SPX class. That's the matte black one that looked like it should have been the hare. It turns out to have been less of a tortoise and more of a slug, frankly, because it doesn't seem inclined to move very much at all from time to time.
It's not been too bad. It's in 13th place overall. I admit that it's third in SPX, but at least we've got all of the SPX class still running. And yes, the point is obviously that it's well behind its sister cars, or the other Lamborghinis. But as I say, we've still got all 3 Lamborghinis running, and when you consider the problems which have befallen the Ferrari, the BMW, some of the other leading contenders, then I think the Lamborghinis have done a reasonably good job, and they look nice and they sound nice, and they're Italian, and so there.
Have you suddenly turned into David Addison? Or Ian Titchmarsh? You've spent too long in bad company, Paul.
I spent 6 months of my life living in an Italian-speaking country, which endeared me to many things Italian. No, it was actually Ticino, which is the southern part of Switzerland, which is the Italian-speaking part. But
that's not an Italian-speaking country, that's an Italian-speaking canton.
Canton, but it was close enough, and the inhabitants, if you've ever been, regard themselves much more as being Italian than they do Swiss.
Yes, Italian and Romansh are the 2 prime languages. Same as in St. Moritz. Exactly so. Oh dear, more Back to the Future comments. I'm going to trip myself up with that. I've just seen the number 32 Dodge Viper Competition Coupe, which was being driven by Jesus Deus Villarreal, being pushed back into its garage. Not necessarily anything to worry about, because that is standard practice with some teams if they need to do more than just throw a driver and tyres at it. And in fact, some teams do that to do it anyway. Jose Monroy shown as being in the car. Now, if he had just brought it in, that's entirely possible, because I haven't sort of looked at that car for about an hour. However, it is on pit road. It's sort of up towards the pit in, not too far away from where the black Lamborghini is currently being worked on. Joe Bradley has news from the pits for us. Joseph?
I'm right on the scene of the 42 Viper.
I'm on the scene of the crime, you lad.
Yes, more oil going into the engine. Jose? Problem with the car again?
not difficult, a lot of traffic, but during the night it's a little bit more difficult because sometimes you see lights that you don't know it's a faster guy or not, and it's a little bit difficult to manage if you want to keep on without any crash, but it was a good stint. This time I made 2 hours, we recovered some places and everything okay with the car. Let's keep like this.
And this, what we're seeing now, is just a general service?
Yeah, they are just, because one of the stoplights just came out, they are repairing that, and just a regular service because the car is everything okay, just changing tires, normal procedure.
Thank you, Jose. You look as though you've worked very hard there. A very sweaty Jose Monroy there, and the bonnet now going back onto that Viper, having had its oil topped up, and an extensive service, more than what we see happening certainly on the pit apron, which explains why they would wheel the car into the garage so that more hands would be able to be laid upon it as per the rules.
It's a thing for you to start looking out for, Joe, as we are a mere 12 minutes away from half distance, midnight, is generally GT3 cars will need a change of brake discs at some point during a 24-hour race, particularly with the kind of heat that we saw, I was going to say yesterday, earlier today, and also the heat that we're expecting to arrive tomorrow. So at some point, I suspect that a change of brakes would be in order for the leading cars. Now, what they will be looking to do is to be able to do that during a Code 60 period. But should we run green, as we have done for getting on for 2 hours now with Spirit, if we can continue to do that, then at some point they have to bite the bullet and do the brake change under green conditions. So with your polite but inquisitive mind and your policeman's brain, I'm sure you'll find a way of establishing who's going to do what and exactly when. So thank you for that.
I was waiting for the sigh of depression from Joe with the onerous task. Now
I can't hear you.
You can't hear
battery's
us.
Gone.
Well,
my
you and I have been working
and
together.
You asked one of the technicians to bring a knife.
We will deal with that issue in just a moment. Joe has gone flat on the battery. I'm going to say Nicole Sturzinger, Nicolas Sturzinger has just left the pit lane in the number 21 Lamborghini in 15th place. So I will task Shea Adam with rescuing Joe from his ignominy. In the pits also number 33, formerly front-running Mercedes. We heard about that brake explosion, and Paul, again, that sort of underlines the fact that these cars are going to need brakes. In the case of that car, it was the disc or the rotor, for those of you who don't speak English properly, that shattered. And he said it was down at the end of the straight doing 260 Ks. I thought initially he said down at the end of the pit lane, and I thought he meant coming into the pits, which would have been quite a remarkable piece of timing for a brake to shatter coming in when you're only a few metres away. But he obviously had to creep slowly around the final lap, knowing that there were no brakes worthy of the name.
Quite, yes. I mean, I suppose it's the worst possible place for it to happen, but then where else would it happen other than at the end of a straight when you're going at top speed? Precisely that. I mean, the carbon brakes aren't allowed in the GT3 class unless the original car was fitted with them, so everybody using steel brakes. As far as what we're seeing out on the circuit is concerned, Christian Frankenhout still not lapping as quickly as the two cars ahead of him, so the third place car losing ground to the other two Mercedes, but as a result merely of being constrained by lap times, because both Thomas Jaeger and Sean Johnson are lapping in sub 155s at the moment, 154s for both of them, so perhaps traffic becoming slightly less of an issue. I don't know. One of the features, of course, is that we do tend to get these clumps of cars at night, so as we look out of the booth here and look across at one of the corners, there's seems to be fair spacing between the cars, but I think it's just because there's a clump somewhere else. So Jaeger and Johnson certainly demonstrating that there's a proper motor race on, pushing on. In fact, a 1:53.7 on that last lap from Sean Johnson. And so, yes, those cars both being pushed pretty hard and going just as rapidly as anything out there is doing. Separated by still these... it's less than 3 laps now, isn't it, between Johnson and Jaeger. So 2 and a bit laps separating the first 2 cars. And
no, it is 3 and a bit.
Yes, he's just gone through, hasn't he? Sorry, yes, Jaeger's just gone through. So it's 3 and a bit. I thought it.
3 and a third.
Johnson's lap times. Fooling me into thinking that he'd done better than he had.
Well, he's matching Jaeger,
easily,
almost by the 10th, on any lap. So not an awful lot to choose between those cars. We've said this before that Ram Racing have enough of a lead at the moment that they don't lose the lead when they stop, but they're not building on that at the moment either. So there's an interesting little change of the dynamic. And it sort of almost puts you in mind of Le Mans, where Audi and Porsche were fairly even until it went into the night time, and then suddenly Porsche were able to stretch away. They used a different tyre that Audi couldn't or didn't use, and that seemed to be their major advantage. And quite what's going on between those 2 Mercedes at the top of the pile remains to be seen.
They're both just pushing as hard as they possibly can, but of course with the advantage that the Ram Racing car holds, they slightly quicker lap on that last time through than for quicker lap on the last time through for Thomas Jaeger than it was for Sean Johnson. So they're matching themselves pretty much. Where the Ram Racing car has scored, of course, and a large degree of that 3-lap margin has been achieved as a result of the 8-minute pit stop, which delayed the number 2 car when they had the bodywork damage that they had to repair, and also take the penalty for a driving offence or overtaking under in a slow zone offence that happened whilst the number 2 car was out on the circuit, and that 8 minutes has basically been the difference between the 2 Mercedes. But if the number 10 car can continue to be consistent, even though it is lapping a little bit slower, then certainly those 3 beginning to draw away now from the SPX and the other cars, that, not the non-A6 cars, SPX and 997, that are creeping into the top 10. As I said a moment ago, we've actually only got 3 A6 cars in the top 10, and the rest of the top 10 we've got 2 SP2 cars, 4 997s and an SPX.
2 SPXs. Oh no, well, the second one is in 11th.
Yes.
Yeah, no, the 997 cars are not only showing very strong pace, but at the moment, most of them, very decent reliability as well.
That has been common in Preventic style racing, that these Porsche Cup cars generally do just go round and round and round.
And that's not what they're designed to do. They're designed to do 20-minute, half-hour, 40-minute races. Is it a factor that they are much less stressed, perhaps, than the GT3 car, like the number 7 car, which has had a slew of problems in the last 2 races, that allows them to be driven pretty much on the door handles for 24 hours?
I think a lot of it is because even though they're raced, as you say, for 20 minutes or half an hour races, you don't do very much between one set of races and the next. It's not like you strip them down completely and rebuild them between every race. A lot of them being run by club racers are really just put into the garage, looked at in the middle of the week and then taken out again a couple of weeks later. So yes, I think although they are predominantly used in sprint racing, the maintenance is not that high that they need rebuilding all the time.
Yeah, so they're designed to be less high maintenance, and as a result seem to be doing are doing a much better job than the GT3 Porsche number 7 car, which is not even in the top 50 after it's it's now up to 47th. after its major rebuilds through the night. The Valkenhout
Gearbox that they ended up putting back on that car, wasn't it? The number 7.
The Valkenhout car, the number 3, very heavily damaged and delayed. BMW is up to 51st place. Catch up with a few of the others.
The Ferrari, they're all together really, aren't they? Because you've got the Ferrari number 4, Manucelli is 46th, one place ahead of the Porsche number 7, and then just ahead of the pair of them is the second car collection Mercedes, which had the problems with Dr. Kirchhoff, Johannes Kirchhoff had earlier in the race.
Adrian Barwick in the SP3 car that led the class until a calamitous accident through no fault of Flick's, dropped the number 6 or 163 car down to 57th. He's doing mid 2 minute 8 laps. The SP3 leader, Alex Osborne, did 2:02 on the last lap. Second place, Colin White, 2:03. So I sense perhaps that the damage to the front of that car was severe enough that they haven't got all the lighting they need on that Optimum Motorsport. It's probably far less than optimally illuminating the road in front of it. However, they are still on track, and in fact just came past the pits as I was talking about them. So what was his last lap? 2 minutes 7.2. A little quicker, but I have to say I think visibility is probably as much a problem with that car as anything else. We are just at the halfway point of the Barcelona 24 hours. It is 23:59 and 20 seconds Central European summertime.
Except that the race started a little bit late, so we've still got a minute and a half remaining before we get to half distance.
Did it? Or did it's 12:01.
No, it did. The race started a little bit late.
Yes, okay, so it is fast approaching midnight. We have nearly done 12 hours. We have just got over 12 hours to do. I'm now going to fill a minute and 4 before we get to the halfway point. Well, what are we going to talk about for a minute and 3 seconds?
I'll tell you what you can talk about after midnight, or after the 12-hour point. And that is the battle in SP2, because Ryan McLeod is gaining on Kensuke Kasukin in the 2-mark Australia cars, 91 and 92, so that's a good battle looking out for. And Dimitri Engelbert is also closing in on, although it's in a different class, the Lamborghini number 13. So there's a couple of things to look forward to when we go through that magic barrier, the peak of the race, when we go beyond the half distance point.
Once we've broken the back of it and it's downhill all the way to the finish. And that will be coming up in just a few seconds as we approach. We are at midnight in Central European Standard Time, summertime. And we approach the midway part of the race. 12 hours down and 12 hours to go in the 24 hours of Barcelona, penultimate race of the FIA Hankook International Endurance Series 2015. Good morning from Barcelona, wherever you are around the world joining us, either through the 24hourseries.com or radiolemans.com feeds. Thank you for being with us. Martin Haven, Paul Truswell, high above the Circuit de Catalunya, watching as we go into the second half of the 24 hours of Barcelona. And courtesy of BRM, our official timing partner, time to update you with the overall standings. At the halfway mark of the race, as they have for the last 6 hours, the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes is the leader. Thomas Jaeger has a 3-lap, nearly 4-lap advantage over the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes, currently being driven by Sean Johnston, while in third is the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes, being driven by Christian Frankenhaus. Those are all in the class called A6. The next class leader is Freddie Bart, the Swiss ex-touring car driver, is in the number 13 Lamborghini Huracan, which leads the SPX class, and he is 7 laps off an outright podium, but leads his own class by 7 laps. So that is the best of the 3 Lamborghini Huracans in the race. He lies 4th overall. He is sort of under threat for track position, if not class domination, from the number 17 Porsche of Dimitri Jalbert. The 17 car is the Ruffier Racing Porsche. Dimitri Jalbert having his second stint in the lead of that class. They too have been leading the 997 class for the last 6 hours, give or take a few vagaries of pit stop shuffling. Eduardo Azevedo lies 6th overall and 2nd in 997 in the 54 Porsche, and that is the all-Brazilian entered and crewed but Spanish-run Drivex Porsche 991 Cup car. And behind them, 3rd and 4th in the class, are a pair of teammates, both run by Classica Motors by RMS, a Swiss team, and currently it is Manuel Nicolaides in the 56 car who leads teammate Fabrice Notari in the 59 car. They are 3rd and 4th in the 997 category, 7th and 8th overall, ahead of another class battle which is now down to under 10 seconds. It's in single digits, so Jade Edwards, who can't get to sleep and is as excited as the Duracell bunny, will be bouncing up and down because her number 92 car, currently being driven by Ryan McLeod, is closing on the Team 91 car from Mark Cars Australia. They're both Ford Focus silhouettes with supercar V8 engines. Keith Kozulki is the leader of the SP2 class by less than 10 seconds. Ryan McLeod, who's driving 92, incidentally also on the driving list for 91, so he will take the lead from himself in a couple of laps because he now just sliced another 3 seconds out of the lead. Gap went down on the last lap from 9.8 to 6.6, and that is your top 10. So taking the lead in one of your cars from the other car that you're going to drive, it's a win-win.
Absolutely, and nicely timed, Martin, because as you do that, finish that, so Sean Johnston brings the second place Mercedes number 2 into the pit lane, the HP Racing Mercedes, having done a stint of some 42 laps. So anything that Paul White did, then Sean Johnston did pretty much just as well, although Paul did 44, Sean Johnston managing 42 laps in his Mercedes, but there was no purple flags in any of that running from Paul White. From Sean Johnston, so he is in pits at the moment being refueled. His lead over Christian Frankenhout is sufficient so that he should be able to get out onto the track again before we have that car through. So Johnson, or whoever he hands it over to, will maintain that second place. I think Sean Johnson will. Well, that'll be interesting actually to see whether or not he hands it back to Bernd Schneider or whether it goes on the rotation, which would mean that it goes back to Harry Prochik. So again, we can find out exactly who will be the next driver ready to go there, and Joe Bradley may be able to tell us a little bit more. Joe.
Kurt Heuser, a familiar name in endurance racing, certainly in Europe, if not in the world. Kurt, you seem to have made your engineer happy. How the car was going well?
Well, we're running second place on the moment. For some reason, we don't really have the speed as the Ginettas and the Porsche. But we're climbing up, we're creeping, crawling back, as we say, and we try to do a smart pit stop. Use the maximum amount of code 60, and we're only 3 of us, so we have to push and push, but still 12 hours to go, so anything can happen.
You're running the Lotus Evora GT4. Is the GT4 Lotus a good car for a 24-hour stint, a 24-hour race?
I think it's a very nice car to drive, and the handling is fantastic. Good brakes. We're a little down on power compared to the other SP2 3 cars, but for the rest, I think we have a very strong package, which we are able to run podium place.
And I saw you looking at the tyres there, Cor. What were you looking for exactly? Are you looking at how the tyre is wearing or pickup?
Yeah, we like the double stinted tyres, which saves another like 30 seconds. So this is all the game you have to play, and but now it's getting colder. I think maybe we can even triple steer.
Our Radio Le Mans Wikipedia is telling me that you've done over 900 races. How many of those are 24-hour races?
I never counted that one, but it must be over 50, 60 or so. I don't know.
Do they ever get any easier?
Well, it's always a challenge, you know. I love to do it, and till now I will continue as long as I can.
I will never forget you in the Marcos. I loved the Marcos.
I tell you, we did Spanish GT races here, and in the Marcos you were more tired in 1 hour than in the Lotus in 24 hours.
Is that right? All that heat coming back at you?
Yeah, that was tremendous heat, like 60, 70 degrees was unbearable. And a head full of car, you know, with a lot of horsepower.
I can tell how experienced you are. You took your helmet off and then propped the helmet up right in front of a fan so that it's nice and cool and dry, more importantly, for the next time you pick it up. That's a kind of an old trick.
Yeah, well, Ali used to do that, and but she is asleep, so I'd have to do it myself. But I have to stay awake and do the thing and take care of yourself.
Thanks for talking to us, Cor. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe Bradley. Thank you, Cor Royser. Now, of course, Cor, 56 years old. His teammate Hal, 60 years old. They've got a 17-year-old in the team. Send him out all night. Except you can't, because he's only allowed to do 2 hours, and then he has to be at maximum in one stint, and then he has to be out of the car for an hour and a half before he's allowed to get back in. So you can't just do that. And we talked about this before with the number 25 Seat that's only got 2 drivers. 3 drivers is barely any better. There's not much rest going around.
And even with 3 drivers, we're hearing from Cor, the tendency is that everybody stays awake all the time just in case one of the others isn't all right. So it ends up being pretty much the same thing. Just going back to what Joe was saying to Cor about Marcos, I believe that isn't Cor still owner of the name of the Marcos Racing Team or something?
His
trucks
so.
Certainly still have Marcos Racing Team written on them,
Yeah.
but it might just be because he hasn't been able to afford to repaint them since 2005.
No, I'm not sure if it's Cor or whether it's Wim Normans at Eurotech, who was the man who was responsible for running and building the cars when those rainbow-coloured Marcuses. And I still see Wim Normans very regularly because Eurotech now build bobsleds for the Canadian program and for the Dutch program as well. So, that continuation of motor racing through the winter is a nice little link.
Reinhold Renger has taken the number 2 Mercedes back out onto the track, Martin. It was a slightly slower driver change. It took about 30 seconds longer than it perhaps needed to. And I'll take a guess that there was only a driver change and not a brake change going on there, because it would have been super quick if it had been a brake change as well. But in any event, that car has now changed hands then from Sean Johnston into the hands of Reinhold Renger.
Now then, as he leaves the pits, they spent 5 minutes 36 in. Last pit stop for the number 30 leading car, the Ram Racing car, was 4 minutes and 3. So that's a minute 33 longer to basically put fuel in and a driver in to do the same job.
Well, that was my point. It was a longer driver change. And whether they did anything else, as I say, it would have been very quick to be a brake change, but these brake changes do happen pretty quickly these days, particularly with I won't call them professional teams, because such doesn't really exist in preventive races, but the better organised teams, they'll have practiced changing the brakes and they'll have a plan for doing it.
We are looking down from our eyrie on the far side of the track from the pit lane, and then below race control, below the podium indeed, is the red penalty box area, and somebody has peed on the carpet down there, I'm afraid, in the penalty box rather than driving through the pit lane. Marshals are sweeping up some oil somewhere, so somebody's come in, stopped for a penalty, and rather disgraced themselves and left a bit of a mess on the floor. There's a couple of workers with brooms, but they don't have anything with which to there's not a bucket of sand or cement or quick dry or anything else there, so they're sort of trying to sweep a greasy, oily, nasty substance away. From where it is, it looks like it's come from the back of a rear-engined car rather than from the front of a front-engine car, because it's right at the tail end of the penalty box. So even if you only just made it into the penalty box, It would have to be an old-shaped Mini for that to be from the front of the car. Now then, let's catch up with Martin Byford. Joe Bradley is down there. They've had a long and very frustrating first half of the race, I would imagine, Joe.
It has been rather carrying the building, Martin, but sad faces here in the 76 Honda. Bad news, I take it.
Yeah, we're having to retire the car. We had a shunt with it a couple of hours ago, and the guys worked absolute miracles, it would appear, to get the car back out. Had to have a complete new rear suspension, a new front end on it, all new front lights, front bumpers, a splitter. Worked miracles to get it back out, but it appears we've actually cracked the chassis leg in the shunt, so not really much we can do about that here on site. You could pull the engine, weld it with some plates, but it's not really the thing to do. The car's got to be safe, so unfortunately that's it for the Honda today.
That is a shame. The team really worked pretty hard to get it back out there. It's always a shame. From a personal sense, the 107 is still going round, I believe, so you're now going to focus on that?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. We're pushing with the Seat to get us back in contention. Again, we had some problems early on, but we're on the pace, the car's flying. Touch wood at the moment, it's all running well. So we'll keep plugging away, you know. It's still just under 12 hours.
Half distance?
Still half distance, so yeah, we'll keep cracking on with the Seat and see if we can't pull something out of the bag.
What are you going to do now? Are you going to get some sleep?
Yeah, I think I've got... now I haven't got to get in the Honda. I've probably got about 3 hours before I make out in the Seat.
That's pretty sensible now, isn't it, for somebody your age?
Yeah, it's kind of like a cushy deal now. I've got to run around.
Yeah, exactly. And now you know what car to focus on. Thanks, Martin. Thanks for that. Bad news, though, for the number 76 Honda there. And after such a Trojan effort there from the team, it's always sad to see the garage door metaphorically pulled down.
Thank you, Martin Byford and Joe Bradley. And as Joe said, the Seat, which caused them the problems early on, when the Honda was running nicely, now appears to be running nicely, that the Honda is broken. So Martin Byford can get a bit of rest and hope that the Seat is still going when he wakes up. We saw car number 141, the TTC Racing Volkswagen Golf, being pushed down pit road. That's another three-driver affair. Daniel Schilliger and Andreas Kemp were in the garage. Klaus Kresnik behind the wheel.
That's a Swiss one, isn't it?
The Austro-Swiss lineup. It's a Swiss team.
There's a Swiss, a Hungarian, and a Lithuanian, isn't there? And
there's barely a Hungarian now, although they are going there about a week and a half behind. Norbert Nagy is in 69th place in car number 139. However, it is still in battle for second in class because it is only 44 laps behind Kresnik's 141 car, and actually only 4 places on the leaderboard, but that's 41 laps, that's 90 minutes to catch up.
Quite so. So whatever is wrong with the Swiss
it better be badly
leader,
wrong for the Hungarians.
It's going to get even worse, yes. I have to say, I'd expected the Swiss one to kind of be Swiss.
I sense a cliche coming.
Yes, and it may not be being perfectly reliable, but it seems to be better than the others at the moment, so that's good enough, isn't it?
Well, Norbert Nagy's car, the Hungarian, 5 Hungarians, so 4 Hungarians in that car. The Hungarian entered Seat. Yellow flags out at Marshall's post 15. Not quite sure who's there.
And I'm going to suggest that because we've got a red S against number 91, that Keith Kasulki might be part of it. Because he is also in Sector 2, is Keith Kasulki, and that is where Marshall's post 15 is.
And he's been passed by Ryan McLeod for the lead of SP2. Was there contact and or biffery between the two, or as a legacy of...
It's in Sector 3.
It is in timing Sector 3.
Yes.
15 is the penultimate corner. It's the end of the really attractive chicane. So yeah, Keith Kasulki in the 91 car has lost the lead of SP2. That now falls to the 92 car of Ryan McLeod. So the 91 car of Ryan McLeod, although he's not driving it at the moment, has been passed by the number 92 car of Ryan McLeod, which he actually is driving. And to round up the D1 class story, second and third in D1 are both on pit road, and the car of Norbert Nagy has not moved for a long while. In fact, Daniel Schillinger has just left, so whatever caused it to be pushed into the garage by the team, or pushed all the way down from the fuel station to the garage by the team, they clearly sorted. I'm suggesting perhaps that might have been a starter motor or an electronic thing there.
Yes, briefly there was a red S alongside another car when we had the Keith Kasulka 91 car having its red S, but I didn't react quickly enough to work out which one it was, and the S then disappeared again. The S coming up to signify that a car is slow in the sector, and that's why the system kind of suggests that it might be worthy of note. And so I'm just looking now for sector times to come through for the remaining cars in that. And it might have been the 205 Peugeot that caused that. 205 being the Team Altran Peugeot, which is a 208, but it's car number 205. And that car, we're still waiting for it to come through at the end of its lap. From A3T, but no sign yet of Keith Kasulka returning either in the pits or on the track in car number 91. No pictures available to us. The yellow flag that we were notified of has now been withdrawn. So let's assume that Keith Kasulka, wherever he is out of the way. Otherwise, we'd still see yellow flags up on the screen.
Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you? If the we're not sure the yellow flag was for him, though, are we?
No. I'm completely adding 2 and 2.
Well, listen, that means I'm going to have to start doing the stats. If you're doing my job, then I'm the conclusion jumper toward. Yes. You're the one who comes up with the no, actually, Martin, what you really meant to say was.
Well, yes, that was the original idea, certainly.
Oh, I see how the worm is turning here. I am talk amongst yourself just for a second.
Right.
Because I'm writing just one more little thing down, and then I'll be ready to rock and roll.
Well, you do your ready to rock and rolling. It being 19 minutes past the hour of midnight, and Martin has special jobs to do at 20 minutes past the hour of midnight. The race leader is still Thomas Jaeger, who is going great guns at the wheel of the number 30 Mercedes, and is not that far off the end of his fueling stint as far as I can work out, because he'll be coming in on or around lap 340 something, 42, something like that. Thomas Jaeger, and he's currently on his 339th lap, so imminently we'll be getting the race leader in, but not before Martin has told us of the positions at 20 past the hour.
Yeah, we'll come back to the race leader because we need to talk about that. Let me just very quickly run through our touring car classes. A2 being led by 115, that is the Dane train, Klaus Bertelsen at the wheel of the Peugeot RCZ, which has been running for Team K Riser in A3 Turbo, and currently lying in I have got the right car in 11th overall. Roger Grauls in the 98 car, and that is the 3 Dutch drivers he shares with Harry Hilders and Nies Besselman. That's the Seat Leon Cup car. A5 being led still by Jamie Morrow, driving the 146 BMW 135 diesel. That's the Saxon Motorsport car that again has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours in the lead of that class. D1 being led by the only car that hasn't had a major mishap in the category, Martinas Gignius, now in the Lithuanian entered, crewed, painted, polished and generally massaged and kept going Volkswagen Golf, the Kaunas Motorsport car, and SP3 being led again for the 4th consecutive hour by the number 43 car of Alex Osborne, Paul May and James May. Osborne at the wheel of that BMW at the moment. That took the lead of the class from they were swapping the lead with the 163 Ginetta, the Optimum Motorsport car, until Flick Hay was blindsided by the Ferrari and run into a stationary car. So we'll get back to the leaders in a moment or two, because I believe Joe Bradley is down at Mark Carr's Australia and has a little more on the story of the erstwhile leader of SP2, the 91 car. What has happened to Keith Kosulki?
The 91 car has lost drive. That's the information that he's transmitted back to the team. They're awaiting and they're hoping that the car will indeed be recovered. Engine's running, just won't go anywhere. So there's no drive. Don't exactly know what that is. Might be just a drive shaft or a complete gearbox disintegration. But we're waiting with bated anticipation down here in the Martinez pit. Hopefully that car will be recovered.
Yes, well, their car will be recovered. Quite what they can do with it when it gets back to them, that's down for them to explore the possibilities. What it does mean that instead of being 1-2 in the SP2 class, they now only have one car in front, and in fact it's coming into the back past where we were parked in the morning on the back of a tow rope, so it will be in the receiving area before the team actually get there. Oh no, I can see two team members walking down. They are going to meet it at approximately the time it gets in behind race control, ready to be pushed into the garage. So Joe, if you hang around there and settle down for 5 minutes and chat to the team and have a cup of tea, then the car will arrive before you know it. Now, our race leader, meanwhile, Paul Truswell, has come on to fuel. Thomas Jaeger will hand over, we think, probably to Tom Onslow-Cole. Now, last hour or so, the lead appears, and I might be wrong here, it might be in the last 2 hours or so, to have gone from sort of 3 to 4-ish laps to 7 to 8-ish, but now he's stopped sort of down to 5-ish. It was almost 8 laps.
It was 6. I don't think it ever got up as high as that, but it was certainly 6 laps. And partly we spoke about why this happened. It was because of that longer pit stop on the driver change for the number 2 car when Reinhold Renger got into the car. And we did suggest there might have been brake changes going on, but we didn't find out. We now have the Jaeger car, as you say, in the pits. A shorter stint for Jaeger than Paul White did. Again, not entirely surprising. A 37-lap stint for Thomas Jaeger, which is neither one thing nor the other. It's not a full tank of fuel, but he may not have had a full tank of fuel available to him because Paul White used it all. But nor is it short enough to be able to make it into a double. So I'm assuming that Jaeger is, as you suggested, Martin, going to vacate the car and hand it over to Tom Onslow-Cole.
Well, certainly during the sunshine hours, the team were planning to do, every time you fuel it, you put a fresh driver in as well. And there is rubber going on, which there is Onslow, so there is the driver change. They're sticking with that plan now, even into darkness. O'Shea's taking full credit for that. Sitting there very smugly. So she's obviously either reading a Twitter feed or... yeah, there we go. So... and the team are taking a photo of the brake pads as the old wheel is taken off, the new wheel is going back on the front, which will then be examined for pad depth. There certainly looked to be plenty there, as well as the backing plate. So Onslow will have fresh tyres and a full tank of gas, already has a full tank of gas. And in the passenger door, looks like they were doing that, sort of topping up the oil and the driver bottle system. And Tom Onslow-Cole heads out on track. The number 30 Ram Racing car has been in the lead and again has not lost the lead during the pit stop. And that pit stop, Paul, no brake change there, 2 minutes quicker than the last stop for the number 2 car, and in fact some 10 seconds faster than their last stop, which was over 4 minutes, about 4:05.
Yes, and I just wonder whether they actually got the full 100 litres in that case, because that would have meant that, because it was a shorter stint done by Thomas Jaeger, I just wonder if that was not actually even using the 100 litres. So you were probably right in saying it's a full tank of fuel that he now has, even though you're only allowed to put 100 in out of the 120 litre tank that the car has. But it is... it's all we were talking about little things. Again, it's slightly shorter pit stops, it's being quick on the track, and that's what kind of establishes these large in terms of numbers of laps, leads, with the Ram Racing Mercedes looking ever more secure at the top of the field. But they've got to keep on doing everything right and staying out of trouble and doing all those other things for a mere 11.5 hours.
Yes, they've done half the job, but the other half is going to be mighty difficult as well. They are doing everything right, and that's exactly what they must keep on doing. You know, they're having a very Audi-style race, aren't they?
A Porsche-style race, yes.
Or a Porsche-style race.
I think you're showing your age there.
Well, no, I think Audi in the last 15 years have had very Audi-style races, doing everything right, less time in the pits, better fuel mileage.
When I said
speed.
showing your age, I meant you're referring to the last 15 years rather than the last 6 months.
15 weeks, yes. Yes, I'm older than one.
So, quite so. So the gap, having been at around 6 laps, will now come down to 3 laps as a result of both the leaders having made their pit stops. Question now is prompted as to who will come into the pits first next time around, because Renger, I don't believe, is going to be as quick as Tom Onslow Cole, so they may well bring Reinhold Renger into the pits a little bit earlier on the rotation on the HP Racing Team car. By all that's right in the world, he should be in on or around lap 368 for the next time, so he's got a good
33 laps.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's going on to 3/4 of an hour, probably getting on for 50 minutes. Or in the second place car, Christian Frankenhout continuing to lap just outside the 1 minute 55 barrier, as is the demand on him. And again, I don't see any way, because of the efficiency of the 2 cars ahead of him, that that number 10 Mercedes is going to lose any places, but neither is it going to gain any places, unless the unexpected happens, unless there's an incident or some other cause. It won't do it purely on the basis of its performance, either on the track or in the pits.
That Christian Frankenhout driven car is artificially now, well, not artificial because it actually has been through the pit lane 9 times, but it's actually only made properly 8 stops. One of them was a driver change that didn't have fuel because the fuel station was full, and then a lap later Christian came in to do the driver change. We're seeing yellow flags being waved out on the track. No notification on the BRM official timing screens of where those yellow flags may be being waved, so we'll have to catch up.
It comes up as immediately you say the word.
Of course it does. Corner 1. 24th place is the only Audi in the field, and Francesc Gutierrez has just bailed out of the car.
No, because Gutierrez is
right.
in number 25 A3T car, and the Audi number 29, although it says 24 on the side of the car, is actually in 19th place.
Okay.
So
bit of mission
why that should be
that one, isn't there? And about to be 18th, because they're going to go past Keith Kozulski's car, which is somewhere in the garage area, having stopped out on track and come back in without drive on the flatbed. So 29 is now changed to Matthias Goetsche. I'm saying Matthias, Martin Goetsche. So he is now at the wheel of the sole Audi R8 LMS Ultra in the field, in fact the only Audi R8 of any kind. And it's interesting, isn't it? We talked about this a couple of times during the race, but worth kind of looking at it again for those who weren't around. 1 Ferrari 458 Italia, 1 Audi R8 LMS. Now,
1 BMW Z14.
1 BMW Z14. I mean, those are dominant GT3 cars, and yet they're barely represented here at all, and the ones that are here aren't really having much of a time of it.
No, exactly so, but I think Mercedes' advantage certainly is in the car, but is also in numbers, because there have been Mercedes with problems. It's not that it's been a rout, and we've said this before, but we've really only got 3 A6 cars still in the hunt, and whilst all three of those are Mercedes, we had how many? 6 Mercedes in the field to start with, and 3 of them have fallen by the wayside. 3 of them are still going. We've had half the race, so by the end of the race, won't be any Mercedes still going.
Well, there's a 50% strike rate for Mercedes. However, there's a 0% strike race for Porsche, Ferrari, Audi, and BMW. They've had 1 car each, and they've all hit trouble.
Yes. In terms of the A6
statistics
cars,
can tell you anything, can't they?
You just manipulate them the way you want them. You've just learned a trick, Martin.
I have. I know. There's lies, damned lies, and statistics. Was that Mark Twain? I believe it was. It sounds like a Twainism anyway. Our American correspondent nods, but not necessarily convincingly. Yeah, sounds like it might have been as well. Talking of the GT3 Porsche, it is back in again for yet more remedial work to the transaxle. This car was reticent in the engine department in the 24 hours at Paul Ricard. That seems to have been knocked on the head, and the bug has now clattered on down to the gearbox. Lies, damn lies, and statistics. It was a Mark Twain crash. I'm really on a purple patch of guesswork turning out to be correct today. Oh no, that was yesterday. Now it's continuing into today. That's really remarkable. Anyway.
Reinhold Ringer lapping at 2 minutes 02 on that last lap, and that's not where that number 2 car needs to lap. And as I suggested, Tom Onzo Cole being able to lap considerably more rapidly than that at 1:58. However, Christian Frankenhout is really beginning to I won't say push the envelope, but a 1:55.407 when his minimum allowed lap time is a 1:55.0 is showing 0.4 of a second of accuracy around the circuit of Catalunya, and that will certainly be a lap to go in and say, well, that was one that I didn't have to pay for. As far as we know, we don't have official, don't have the ability at this race to give you the official number of jokers used, but having kept some track of the race, there are certainly 3 occasions when the number 10 car has gone underneath its 55.0 minimum reference lap time, and so certainly around that number 6 or 7 jokers still remaining. What we have seen in the past, this for Martin's benefit to anything else, because this is the first Creventic race that he's seen, is that when we get into what's called happy hour, when the sun comes up, when the lap times are generally quicker than at any other time apart from the first 3 laps when there's no traffic, is that teams will deliberately blow their jokers, and they'll put their fastest driver in the car, and for 3 or 4 laps they'll go as quickly as they can. Now, I understand that Creventic take a bit of a dim view of that, because they see that as being
not playing the game.
Not quite playing the game. So whether there's been words had on that topic privately or not, I don't know. But in the case of that car, it is clearly capable of going faster than 1:55 in the right hands, but it may well be that because it has such a cushion between itself and the cars in front of it, and between itself and the cars behind it, that they just choose to keep on doing what they've been doing, not try and do anything silly and end up by throwing the car off the road just to gain a couple of seconds in the overall scheme of things.
No, I agree. And the Creventic, the organisers could easily say any more than 2 consecutive joker requiring laps, and we're going to park you, or we're going to bring you in. Yeah. And then that would, I mean, we had the story of a driver in the last race who blew 8 in a row because the team couldn't get to him on the radio saying, you're going too fast, you've misheard it, we want a 55, not a 52, or whatever it was. And that would stop that happening. That would stop the team being helpless to stop one driver accidentally blowing any chance of recovery, and it would also take the opportunity for cynicism away from the teams, and that's never a bad thing, is it?
No, indeed, absolutely. But it is the way it is. But I think one of the key words in the whole of the Creventic organisation is communication, and they do communicate very well. And it's a two-way street as well. The organisers communicating with the teams communicating with the race organisers, and as I say, they don't want to have people going away at the end of the race weekend muttering darkly to themselves that they were robbed, or that but for some bad decisions they could have won the race. they accept the fact that somebody's got to win and everybody else is going to have to lose, but they want everybody to go away saying, you know what, that was a good weekend, we'll come back again next year and do it again, because ultimately that's what it's all about. And as I say, it's an admirable approach. We're into pit stop time, Martin, for the 997 class that we mentioned before, that they kind of all come together. 54 is in the pits, the Eduardo Azevedo driven 997 out of third place.
And as a result has dropped down, out of third, or has dropped to third?
I think he was third, but he's just the first of the pit
No, because 56 and 59 were third and fourth, and they're now second and fourth, I think. Okay, right, at this time I go through our front-running classes, and it's about time to do that since they're all starting to come into the pits. Number 30, the race leader, Tom Onslow Cole, leads the A6 class from Reinhard Renger and Christian Frankenhertz. All three are in Mercedes. That's the number 30 Ram car ahead of the number 2 car, which is HP Racing, and the number 10 car, which is Hofer Racing. Fourth place is our SPX class leader, still number 13, still Freddie Bart, in the still faithful and reliable Lamborghini Huracan. That's the word I was struggling for. Fifth place, and still leading the 997 class, Dimitrion Jalbert, as he was the last 2 hours in the number 17 Porsche. That's the 997 leader. Manuel Nicolaides moves up to second in the 56 car as Azevedo gets out, Manuel Azevedo, because that's the end of his stint, I would think.
Yes, it should be, yes.
In the 54 all-Brazilian car, and then the 69 car, 59 car is behind. That is the second of the Tasca motor cars, and that is driven by Fabrice Natari, and again, he should be in the pits fairly soon. He's in 8th place overall, leading in SP2, 9th place overall, but now in the pits is Rory McLeod. At the last hour, it was Keith Kazuki. The previous hour, James Kay in the 91 car, which stopped out on track, is now back with the team. We're waiting for Joe Bradley to find out exactly, or as soon as they can guess, what has happened to the car. So we will catch up with that. But the SP2 leader is in 9th place overall. The SPX second place car is Ryan McLeod, not Rory McLeod. Joe Bradley is down at Mark Cars Australia, so let's see what he has to say about the 91 car. What do you know, Joe?
It's what we thought. The information from Keith Kazuki out on the track that he lost drive, and usually that means a drive shaft, and then if it's not that, it's something much, much more serious. Well, the good news is, I suppose in relative terms, is it is indeed a snap drive shaft. The drive shaft's sat there right on the garage floor in front of me. The job itself is pretty much coming to completion. The new drive shaft's on. They've replenished the brakes on the front of the car as well as the rear whilst they've been on, so a massively detailed full service whilst rectifying the lack of drive.
Thank you, Joe Bradley, leader on pit road.
And this
as we get round to that, this is Tom Onslow Cole, an unexpected stop.
Yeah, seven laps only he's done since his last stint. He came in a couple of minutes ago, and as far as I know, he skipped the fueling area altogether. I didn't see him come through the refueling area. My attention was drawn to the fact that he was in the pits by the P coming up alongside it on the screen, even though we've got a great view of the pit lane. I can't see down as far as the Ram Racing team, but we need Joe to get down there as quickly as possible to find out why Tom Onslow Cole has come into the pits after just 7 laps of what should have been a 35 or 38 lap stint with the Ram Racing Mercedes. Now, whether this is brakes, Martin has a theory.
I wonder, having examined the iPhone picture of the brakes, whether they decided, yes, it might be about time to change those. Well, because they did have a look and took photographic evidence.
I 100% agree with that, but if they did that at every stop, they should have noticed on the previous stop that it was getting low enough so they wouldn't have to bring him in after 7 laps, because that's very un-Ram.
Maybe on the previous stop it wasn't getting low enough that they wouldn't have to bring him in this lap. Who knows?
Yes, I like the theory, but it doesn't quite stick with, it doesn't quite stack with what you would expect from an efficient team like Ram Racing.
No. Well, let's look at his last sector times. 32.2 in sector 1, that's as fast as you want. 44.7 in sector 2, that's as fast as you want. 50.1 in sector 3 to the line, that's 10 seconds off the pace, but he was coming down pit road.
That includes pit lane.
So that seems like a normal pace lap.
Yeah, but clearly we need to stop speculating and get our investigative journalist down there.
Pish and tush. Speculation at 1 o'clock in the morning is perfectly acceptable. I know it's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon somewhere, but we're not that somewhere. We're here. Martin Short's roll centre car is in and out, down and gone. Who was in that? I'm going to have to go on to page 3 now, aren't I? Because they were seriously delayed by some biffing. Can't even remember what number I'm looking for now.
173.
173. So the car leaving very quickly with Charles Lamb on board. One of their 2 less experienced drivers in the car. And that car... See, the collision between that car and the Honda was in the final corner when there was a car and a marshal in the gravel, and therefore under waved yellows. So whether the Honda thought it was a racing incident or not entirely sure how the stewards thought it was a racing incident, but they have come to a decision that there was no penalty to be served. The Honda has since retired anyway, or been retired, as they discovered after fixing it and sending it back out. Then in fact it had cracked the chassis, and it was an engine out to get it welded job, which is probably not the sort of thing you want to go back into the 12 hours of a 24-hour race remaining with. We'll hear from Joe Bradley. More information, Joe? Joe Bradley? We won't hear from Joe Bradley. I heard the words electrical problem.
Yeah, I've got an electrical problem of my own as well, by the sounds of things. Yeah, the bonnet's up, the car's remaining static on the pit road. Tom Oswald Cole remains in the seat. They've got a circuit tester in there somewhere testing something under the bonnet. I'm trying to see what it is. It's kind of looks like it's maybe something to do with a pump, a power steering. It looks like the power steering pump. So they're testing the electrical circuit to the power steering pump. So I can't imagine what this car must be like without power steering. The length of that steering shaft to the front wheels from the cockpit, which is, if you consider Tom's backside is virtually over the rear axle and the steering wheel's right in front of me. So leverage-wise, that's quite an effort. So it looks to me, and I'll have that confirmed, but it looks to me as though it's power steering problems.
Yeah, the front wheels and the driver's backside are basically in different postcodes, aren't they? They're so far apart. As you say, almost like the Pennos Batmobile, the driver sits on the rear axle. Trolley dolly's going underneath.
5 minutes now spent in the pits, and bear in mind that's 5 minutes without a fuel stop either for
2 laps.
Onslow Cole. And his lead, remember, was in any case down to 4 laps, I think we said, didn't we? So, in fact, when he comes through at the end of the lap that he is currently on, Reinhold Renger will be going on to his 345th lap, which he is now on. So Renger only has to do 1 lap to take over the lead of this race in the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes.
And Christian Frankenhout only needs this car to be stationary for another 6 minutes, and suddenly the number 10 car is up into 2nd place. So we talked about before, you know, having a 3 or 4 lap lead sounds like a lot. Not on this track. At Le Mans, that's a lot of time. Here, 3 or 4 laps is 5 or 6 minutes, and suddenly you're in real jeopardy, and that's already what's happening to the Ram Racing car. We said they've been doing what they needed to do for the first half of the race, but the other half is a very, very huge mountain, and almost immediately, 12 hours and 45 minutes in, they've got a big problem on their hands.
They have, and I certainly wouldn't argue with that, but what I would say if I was Dan Shufflebottom is, don't care, lads, we had a 6-lap lead going into half distance, so if we lose 6 laps, we have the ability and the skill to catch that back and get up into the lead of the race before the end.
In fact, if we lose 12 laps, because in 6 laps, in 12 hours they built up a 6-lap lead, So over 24 hours, they could build up another 6 laps.
Yeah, but they've only got 12 hours left, though.
Yeah, but if they lose 12, then only be 6 behind.
I see.
So they could lose 11, and at their current race of incremental improvement,
in terms of this stop can lose them 11
cast
laps.
the line.
Yes,
The
sorry,
rabbit
yes,
could beat the tortoise in that case again.
Yeah, absolutely. Reinhold Renger then at the wheel of the HP Racing Mercedes. He has fuel aboard for that car to go on as far as the schedule for that car would be concerned, up to lap 364 of those. So he's got another 20 laps or so. So plenty of time for Renger to go through, which he does now, and into the lead of the race, therefore.
No. He's just gone on to lap 345.
Completed his 345th lap, and so he's gone through into the lead, because Tom Onslow Kroll has crossed the line at the end of his 345th lap, but he's in the garage.
No, but just before the time came up for Reinhold Renger, it said he'd completed 344, so now he's only completed
and so he's completed 345, keep up, and so therefore he's gone on to the lead of the race, even though he's not yet finished the line at the end of his crossed the line at the end of his 346th lap.
That's now registered by timing and scoring. So for the first time in 6 hours, the Ram Racing car is not in the lead of the race. It has fallen into the lap of the HP Racing Mercedes car number 2.
Very nearly 7 hours, Martin, because it was 18:55, 6:55 yesterday evening, and it's very nearly 12:55, so it would have been 7 hours of lead of the race. But everybody always says it's not how many hours you lead, it's which hours you lead, which are the important ones.
There's only one lap to lead, as Sebastian Vettel knows. There's only one lap to be the points leader, and that's the final lap.
Is that why he holds up one finger?
Yes.
I've always wondered that.
One lap. That'll be it. Pointy finger for the final lap. So the Ram Racing car moves into second place, having already completed now 344 laps and being on his 345th, Christian Frankenhout. So he is on now on the same lap as the Ram Racing car, and is about to move up into second place. Within 2 minutes, the Ram car will be down to third, and the next danger is 9 laps behind Freddie Bart in the Lamborghini Huracan, which is not a class rival, but is an overall podium rival in the SPX class Lamborghini. Indeed, the next A6 class rival is in 18th place, having completed 25 laps less than Tom Onslow Cole's number 30 machine, and that is car number 29. That's the DriveX Audi R8 Ultra, which René Ogrocki is currently driving. So, yeah, that's a long way behind after its early problems. It's going to need a little bit more than that, isn't it, to catch the Ram Racing car. Have I done? I've done the updates at 22, haven't I? So 10 minutes to 1 in the morning. Just coming up to 11 hours of the race remaining, and close to the 13-hour mark here. And so certainly not an auspicious hour of the race for Ram. However, an ill wind blows. It's an ill wind that blows no good, and as a result, it is the number 2 car and the number 10 car that will benefit. Still Mercedes 1, 2, 3, just not necessarily in the right order, as Ram would probably say.
Well, yes, I think it's more of a concern is the fact that only 2 of those 3 Mercedes are travelling around the track at the moment, and one's in the garage with its bonnet up. So it's Frankenhout, as you said. Martin does, in fact, he's already gone through into second place. The gap between the first 2 is certainly also one that we need to continue to monitor. Frankenhout certainly one of the quicker drivers of that number 10 Mercedes, and even though he's constrained not to go below 155, he is still lapping more quickly than Reinhold Renger is, at least he did on that last lap. So the gap is 2 laps between the 2 of them. And coming down.
Frankenhout has the ability to go quickly. 4 cars nose to tail to door down the front straight. All resolving itself quite nicely below our feet as they drove by. 3 different classes, I think, in one little group. As onto pit road yet again comes the number 21 Lamborghini and Nicholas Sturzinger. Door is open. There is a driver change going on. That car is in 26th place and still 3rd in SPX, the last of the 3 Lamborghini Huracans. And the 21 car run by Sportec Motorsport.
The Mark Cars Australia car in SP2, the 991 car, has got gained in, hasn't it? I don't know if we've mentioned that already. If we have, I apologise. But number 91, having been leader of the class, dropped 6 laps, I think it was, we said, down to the bottom of the top 3 in SP2 and down to 23rd place overall. But the driver at the moment, who is Ben Gierskowski, has just put in that car's fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 59.749, which Jade Edwards told us is 0.25 of a second faster than it's supposed to go, because the team manager said stick to 2 minutes, but that's only the team manager's.
And yes, that's only the team manager's opinion, and continues to go quicker. You see, now they're on the fight back. They want a 1-2, having had a 1-2, and having set the fastest race lap, he's now gone faster again in Sector 1 in that car, not quite as fast as the previous best in Sector 2, so he is definitely on the hurry up, because having had a 1-2, now the car that was originally in the lead of the class and then had a little stumble is back up to second, and so the chase is on. 11 hours to go.
It's still 14 laps though that they're going to have to get back, which is a rather somewhat tall order.
The Aussies love a run chase, Paul, you know that. They do. Well, you don't.
I'll take your word for it.
Take it from me. They're a combative lot, and they will go for it until the checkered flag flies.
I certainly know that much about the Australians that I've met. That's absolutely right. Just looking back to the battle for the lead, and just to keep our expectations in check, even though Christian Frankenhout, it would seem, is able to continue to close the gap between himself and Reinhold Ringer, it will be Frankenhout who has to pit first. So he won't be able to get the lead as a result of Ringer coming into the pits. He'll just have to go as quickly as he can. Then he'll have to make his pit stop. But it won't be that many laps. It'll be about 5 laps between Frankenhout coming in and then Ringer coming in, say about 5 laps later. Those 2 cars with the number 10 car being able to go further on a tank full of fuel than number 2 is.
Now, what we also know about the number 10 car is that their 2 youngest faster drivers are going to be doing as many laps as they can during the darkness hours. We heard that already, didn't we, from
I think it was Kenneth Hire who told us that.
Kenneth Hire, yeah. He and Christian Frankenhout are going to drive till daylight, basically, and see where they get to. And that's going to help, because they're now, again, in a lap battle for the lead of the race, not just to sort of stay on the podium. So suddenly, having the 2 quickest drivers in the car taking turn and turn again all night long could be a very major bonus. The legacy of that, though, is that they will then run out of driving hours, and you're then going to find, as we get into the daylight, once we get past Happy Hour, Michel Kroll, Chantal Kroll, and to a degree Roland Eggerman, although he's done a lot of laps already, will be back into the car. Although I don't know whether I think Kenneth Hire just said it was him and Christian that were going to drive through the night. So Roland did kind of
Roland was in the car at the
late stints, didn't he?
Yeah, Roland took the car into the night, and then Frankenhout and Hire were planning to do the rest of the night. But you see, even though you're right, but even though Michel Kroll and Chantal Kroll will then be doing the daylight hours, it will be easier for them to do the 155s or the 156s or the 157s in daylight than it would be for them to do those times at night. So it's a wise structure and a wise way of planning things, doing things. We just have to see how it works. I mean, this is why we love it, because it's poised. There's always the chance that someone will drop the ball. There's
Yes.
another cricketing analogy. I'm getting them in tonight, aren't I?
You are, aren't you? Now, a car has come in alight. A light in the wheel as opposed to a light at the other end where all the fuel sits. It is just brake, but that may be the most substantial brake fire I think I've ever seen. Normally, when a car stops and there's a bit of pickup on a very hot rim or a very hot brake disc, you get a little bit of a flurry. That was a genuine Catherine wheel. More fire than that I haven't seen on a wheel of a car in a pit lane since James Weaver came past me in a Porsche that had blown a turbo and set light to a tyre as it squirted burning oil all over the place. That's right up at the top end of the pit lane. Not sure that Joe Bradley is quite close enough to get to it, although, Joe, are you on the scene? Receiving no answer, he assumes the answer to be no. So the car's gone back in, and that was the red Golf without the bumper. Which one was that one?
Oh, no, I can't remember, I'm afraid.
No, nor can I. Tom Onslow-Cole in third place, still stationary. I think actually slightly better use of Joe rather than chasing down a fairly harmless looking brake fire might be to camp out at Ram Racing. So I don't have to go off air and phone Rebecca Jones to find out what's going on down there.
I suspect that Joe is probably doing some investigative journalism or trying to help, which would not be the first time. And as Martin says, for the moment at least, the third place is intact, and it will be for another 5 laps. But 5 laps is going to disappear in a little under 8 or 9 minutes, and then Tom Onslow-Cole will start losing further places. Martin has further information
from
he has gleaned.
From your own Bleecker moment. Social media is a wonderful thing. The guys are working flat out. We should be back out soon, still in P3. So, and he has tweeted a picture of something that has been taken off the car and is being fixed, fettled or replaced in the pit doorway. And also in the pit doorway, I believe, I see the svelte figure of PC Joe Bradley. So I'm not hearing him on our talk back, but I think he is down there. So we'll have to catch up with that. Now that's why I didn't hear Joe Bradley, because down in the pits is Shay Adams. Shay, what do you know and where are you?
Halfway down the pit lane right now. I had to stop because that car that came in with the brake on fire, it made me run in the other direction. I saw fire and not wearing a fire suit didn't want to be near it, but I'm going as quickly as I can down to Ram Racing, and I'll give you an update on that. But Joe Bradley said right before he left that it looked like they were almost done.
Right, we've just seen a 2-car incident down the hill into turn 6. Fast run down to the left-hander. One car continued, the other went off stage left into the gravel. The camera hasn't followed it. So while Shay goes down to catch up with Ram Racing and maybe help them bolt bits back on the car, I sort of, in a glimpse, had in my head it may have been one of those tube frame specials, the GC automobile cars, but that was just... That would have been a wild stab in the dark, frankly, that I have no confidence in whatsoever. So we'll wait and see if anybody comes in unexpectedly or in the next minute or so. You keep an eye on the screen, Paul. I shall stand up tall. And
the yellow flags have been advised as being shown at posts 5 and 4.2, which is kind of 4 a little bit.
No, so maybe it was down into 5 rather than down into 6.
I think it was through 5.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The hairpin left-hander rather than the fast left-hander.
Yeah, so there's a car off in the gravel at 5, which is why there's a flag at 4.2, which is the exit of corner 4, and at corner 5. And that we didn't identify, it just shot off stage left. 163 comes down pit road, but was in the petrol station, because I saw its bunny ear lights, so it wasn't that car that was involved.
Ram's gone. They're back out on track already.
Oh, shucks, they didn't even wait for you to talk to them.
They decided to pull away right as I got to the pit box, but it was power steering. The good news is it's easy to fix on these cars relatively. It's toward the front. It's not as difficult as it was with my Toyota Celica, so these guys are not going to have to drive the rest of the race without power steering. So nice of the AMG mechanics to get here super quick and help the Ram Racing guys fix it, but it's all good now.
We have 11 hours of the race to go. It is 1 o'clock in the morning in the Circuit de Catalunya. It is the 24 hours of Barcelona, the penultimate race in the FIA Hankook International Endurance Series for 2015. You're listening to coverage live throughout the world on RadioLeMans.com and 24hourseries.com. Yellow flags out on track after a two-car incident down at corner 5. Haven't seen who the miscreants are. One is still in the gravel, the other one straightened up and continued after their tangle. And it doesn't appear to have made its way into the pit, so presumably the driver feels that since he's got lights and an engine and a gearbox and not major vibrations, he can carry on. The big story, though, of the last hour, indeed of the last 20 minutes, is a change of lead in the race. With 11 hours to go, the car that had led for pretty much within a few minutes, 8 hours, 7 hours, beg your pardon, Paul Trussell, thank you. The Ram Racing Mercedes came into the pits. Tom Onslow-Cole had recently taken it over 3 or 4 laps earlier and came in with an unexpected problem. It turns out that they had an issue with the power steering, which has now been rectified. Car's been sent on its way. It has completed 1 lap since. Its rivals, however, have completed 10 laps in that time. And that means that the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes SLS of Bernd Schneider, Harry Pochik, Sean Johnson, Reinhard Koerfler and current driver Reinhold Renger is the race leader. And moving up into second place has been the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes of Michel and Chantal Kroll, Roland Eigenmann, Kenneth Heyer and current driver Christian Frankenhout. Tom Onslow-Cole back on track and lapping very quickly immediately in the number 30 car, clearly eager to do what they did in the previous 12 hours, which is take 6 laps out of the opposition. And on 346 to 353, they need more than the 6 laps they built up in the first 12 hours, because, Paul, they are 7 behind.
Yes, and they actually have less than 12 laps, less than 12 hours to go. So it's not to say it's not doable, but it certainly has become a tall order for that Ram Racing Mercedes to get back on terms. But the other thing, of course, is they're now going to be pushing very, very hard, whereas I suspect for the last, shall we say, 3 hours, they were maybe driving at 95% in order to try and preserve all the machinery. But it's a chink in the armour, and the other thing, I wonder if Shea will be able to establish whether they did the brakes while that was happening as well. I wouldn't be at all surprised if, whilst that was being done, somebody got on and just put some new brakes on the car so they won't have to do that again.
Penalty for the car that was leading the A32 class, A3T class. Phil Quaife sharing the 95 Ogilvy Dual Racing Seat Leon with Ramzi Nabil and Sami Moutran. Ramzi has just come in to the penalty box as he came into the pits to serve a stop and go for what offence, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, but that will further set them behind the 98 car, currently being driven by Roger Grals in the lead of that class. It wasn't Ramzi, in fact, it was Nabil Moutran. They are still second in the A3 Turbo class, third in the A3 Turbo class. We haven't mentioned them actually, and we must do, because it is the 205 Team Altran Peugeot 208 GTI. Francois Rio, Thierry Ciocaldi, Dominic Nuri and Stefan Vontaia, and it's Stefan Vontaia who is at the wheel, ahead of the sister car, the 208, which is driven by Guillaume Romain, Michel Carson, Kim Holmgaard and Mark Rostan. And it is Carlson who is at the wheel of that car. So that's your top 4. and Francesc Gutierrez in the number 25 Seat Leon that he is driving in a two-hander with Laia Sanz Plaguirets. They are lying in fourth place, just off fifth place, just off the podium, and only 47. They're 3 laps behind fourth place. But there is a battle for the podium there, covered by just over 45 seconds, third to fourth in the A3 Turbo class.
The other thing which has come up on the screen is that the Lamborghini number 13, which Freddie Barth was driving, has had a problem in Sector 2. It's now managed to get over that problem and it's come through Sector 2, but spent 454 seconds if the screen is to be believed.
What's that in minutes?
A lot. It certainly spent a long time in Sector 2, and in so doing it has actually lost a place to the next 997 car, because the number 56 997 has now got ahead of the Lamborghini and will come through at the end of the next lap in fifth place, and so the leading Italian car, I've just created another subclass for leading Italian cars.
Yes, because we need more classes.
Is dropped down to sixth place. Also into the pits has just come the number 10, Christian Frankenhout, driven Mercedes-Benz. And how many laps has that now done?
In from second place. That Lamborghini then lost very nearly 7 minutes in Sector 2 and has yet to complete Sector 3, which is also a worry, which means it is creeping Freddie Bart's SPX leading number 13 Lamborghini Huracan. The number 10 car is at the fuel pump. And the Lamborghini, that was, and again, I've tempted fate by saying it was the Lamborghini that behaved itself and nothing had gone wrong with it. Well, I got away with that for 12 hours, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hour 14 has rather caught me out on that, I'm afraid. We are into hour 14 now.
We are indeed. The Frankenhout car, number 10, the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, Martin, I was giving all good credit to Frankenhout. He did, in his stint, 53 laps on a single tank full of fuel. So once again, that number 10 Mercedes being able to really use all the 120 litres that it's allocated. Meanwhile, back in the pits, Martin.
Yeah, we have a Freddie Bart answer. I said he'd lost about 7 minutes. His last lap, 9 minutes 57 to the leaders, 1 minute 57. Now, that does include coming down pit road as well and stopping and letting several buckets of gravel shoot forward and out of the under tray of the car. Bart has been off in Sector 2 somewhere. I wonder whether that was the second car that was involved in the incident down at turn 4. The one that shot off stage left that we couldn't see because the camera didn't pan round for it.
Sounds
not impossible. Somebody was off in the gravel, and Freddie Bart has been off in the gravel.
Yes, he was 10 laps into his stint, which could well have been intended to be up to 30.
Let's hear from Shay Adam down in the pits. What do you have for us, Shay?
A couple of things. The first is an answer to a question which you put to me a few minutes ago. Well, Paul Treswell did. The rear racing car did not do a brake change while they were doing the power steering change, simply because they'd already done one. But talking to some of the mechanics, they said they did their change around hour 8. They might wind up doing another one. They did at Paul Ricard during that race, a total of 2 brake changes, one each 8 hours. Now, that sounds bad, but consider the 2 makes of the cars in front of them. They are also Mercedes-Benz, so if their brakes are going to start to go, it's likely that the other 2 cars will as well. And then, just walking down the pit lane, I noticed one of our constant class leaders, the pole sitter for the SP3 class, the number 43. That's the May car with the father and son team, and then Alex Osborne. It pulled into the pits right in front of me and went straight into his box. A bit unexpected. Crew members actually running back down the pit lane, chasing it. It is some sort of engine issue. They've already gotten to work in the rear of the car, and the back bumper's missing on that one. I don't know how long that's been good. Alex Osborne is taking off his helmet now, getting out of the car. And looks like they might be here for a little while. I'll find out what's going on. Oh, he's actually... Oh, this is brilliant. He just got a flashlight from one of the mechanics and is looking in the wheel well himself. This is a driver who's proactive. I'm quite a fan of this.
Well, stick the microphone in while he's looking for the... and ask him, Alex, what are you looking for?
I would if I could get access to the car. There are too many mechanics. One in the door. I would have to go through the windshield, and I don't think they would much appreciate that.
Oh, come on. Use your feminine charms on them to... OK, well, we'll catch up with that one in a moment. Thank you very much. Double updatery there from Shea Adam. That's what I call pit work.
Hey, very good, yes. What that does mean, though, with the news on the Ram Racing brake change is that they can be done very, very quickly. And I know from having been at the Spa 24-hour race, which is a different type of GT racing, but the technology of changing brake discs is not that different. It can be done in about a minute and a half. So if you get on with it, you've got the right number of people doing the right job at the right time with the right tools, then it really is. And I suspect, actually, remember we had that slower pit stop for the number 2 car, which we commented on the time and said it was a slower driver change. I'll bet that was a brake change as well. So number 2 has almost certainly had a brake change, and it was sufficiently slow that we did actually kind of pick it up and say that was a slow pit stop. And my money would be on that having been a pit stop for a brake change as well. So both of those will have already happened, but as Jay says, the opportunity exists that there'll be another one happening around about 4 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning.
Last stop for the number 30 car, the Ram Racing car, 23 minutes and a second. Last stop for the number 10 car there, chasing Christian...
Kenneth.
No, Christian handed over to Kenneth.
Sorry, yeah.
Kenneth Hire now at the wheel. Christian Frankenhout handed it over. Took them 5 minutes and 10 seconds. So they're giving away a minute and a half, very nearly a lap per driver change to Ram Racing's driver change stops.
But I bet that was a single brake change, because the lighter number 10 Mercedes will be able to get away with one brake change, and because they've not done one up until this point, I bet that was the brake change for the number 10 Hoffa Racing car, and so they'll be planning on just one change of the brakes, whereas both 2 and 30, the HP and the Ram cars, will still need a further change of brakes. So, okay, I think we're just about getting the pattern of this. One of the things that we'll have to be keeping a pattern on as well is what that gap is, because it's going to be a long gap for the Ram Racing car to close 5 laps, as we were 6 laps between the leading Mercedes and the Ram car, but only 2 laps between the second place Mercedes, having just had that longer pit stop that Martin was just drawing attention to, and Tom Onzo Cole, who has just set that car's fastest Sector 1 time. So really pushing on hard then, Tom Onzo Cole at the wheel of the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes.
Yes, we're all getting the dry throat now from the aircon. I'm coughing, and Paul is coughing as well. The voice of Paul Truswell, I'm Martin Haven, and down in the pits is Shea Adam, as Joe Bradley and John Hindhoff get a little bit of rest as we go into the early morning hours. 1:15 here in Barcelona. Hankook International Endurance Series, round 5, the final race, the 12-hour epilogue of Brno.
Leader in the pits.
In October, and the leader indeed in the pits. Now, it's the number 2 car. I'm going to have to stand up again now.
Yes.
And it is at the fuel pump, so we can give him another couple of minutes, can't we, before we expect to see him growling past.
Yeah, 1 fuel pump left, so it was a little bit close for Reinhold Renger, and that car, as I said, coming in not that much after the number 10 car, and next time around the number 10 car will almost certainly come in after the race leader, the number 2 car. So whether that will allow the number 10 to take the lead or not, I somehow doubt, because I don't think that it's going to be close enough to take the lead. But it is, in any case, getting closer as a result of the longer time between pit stops for the number 10. There's yellow flags at post 11, which is sort of within sight because it's directly opposite us on the far side of the circuit. If yellow flashing lights.
Even with binoculars trained, if you can pick out a car over the trees and past the wall and in the ditch, I'm going to give you a slice of cake. That
okay, I don't want a slice of cake. I can see the car.
Go ahead.
What I can't do is tell you what it is.
Ah, well, half the job.
From this distance, it looks like a Honda Civic. So
we don't have one anymore because it retired.
Okay, it's a hatchback. It is got no lights.
Good.
And it's a pale car. It's white, in fact. So that doesn't really narrow it down very much.
Right, since we are fast approaching 20 past, let's catch up with our touring car classes, because essentially the field is broken down into touring car classes and sports car classes. A2, this will come as very little surprise to anybody whatsoever unless you have just tuned in. 23rd place overall, Jan Engelbrecht in the K-Riser Peugeot RCZ. This is the all-Danish crew. He shares with Jakob Christensen, Per Poulsen and Klaus Bertelsen, and essentially for most of the last 8 hours they have been the class leaders. Only once in the last 8 hours were they not at 20 past the hour, and that was then being led by the Michel Vaillant car, the number 119 of Carlos Antunes. That car had a gearbox issue almost immediately and is now currently lying second in the class, about 5 laps behind, I think, probably. And in fact, the number 15 cars, even as I spoke, being pushed down to 24th place. Now, number 119 has done 309 to 325, so 15 laps behind. So it's a fairly comfortable margin at the moment in A2. In A3T, the turbo cars, Roger Graals remains at the wheel of the 98 car, which remains in the lead of the class and has been since Roger Graals was last in it 6 hours ago. Sami Moutran, prior to that, was the class leader when it was flip-flopping between the 95 and the 98 car. But at the moment it is the 3 Dutch drivers of the 98 Seat Leon Supercopa, Seat Leon Cup Racer, who are holding the advantage, and Phil Quaife and the Moutran family, Ramsey, Nabil and Sami, are lying second in the A3 Turbo class. In A5, have a guess? Yes, correct. For the last 9 hours now, the number 146 BMW Saxon Motorsports 135 Diesel GTR has been the class leader. Tom Barron is back at the wheel, as he was 5 hours ago as the leader, and he will, unless something befalls the car, be the leader in the next hour, because he's in for a 2-hour stint. In D1, the sole surviving healthy car, Martinas Gignius, the Lithuanian, is in the Kaukas racing car that he shares with his compatriots, whose names I won't trouble myself with. Their class rivals, I'm afraid, are a long way down, and some of them barely moving. And in SP3, and currently lying just behind Roger Graals, who is 11th, in 12th place. There's a change, because Alex Osborne has just pitted from the lead of the SP3 class, and he will surrender the car to James May, but temporarily at least, that puts a different car in the class lead, and that is 178 Colin White's Ginetta G55 for the first time leads the class, and it is Martin Thomas, beg your pardon, who shares with Colin White and Tony Hughes, who is the leader of that. So I have rather previously written down Alex Osborne, because he was in the lead 2 minutes ago and no longer is, so there's a nice change there. So at least one of the touring car classes is so close that it is changed, even as I was writing down the result.
The car that's off, I am 85% sure, is number 114, the Clio, which is the Mark Schelling, Yegi and Sarah Tognuti car. car number 114 out of the A2 class. Martin will tell us that it was the Japanese driver Yoshiki Omura at the wheel of it at the time.
Or the Sam Marinet's Swiss, depending on whether you're looking at his passport or his license.
Ah.
Yeah, there you go. However, yes, it was Yoshiki Omura who was at the wheel, and absolutely, as you say, it is an A2 class car, and it is stationary. However, there is another car that is lost at sea, or out there somewhere, and that is an SP3 category car. It's the HM Red Camel Racing Seika, which is shown as stopped rather than abandoned in the pits.
Now, it may be that they're both off at the same place, because I thought at one point there were two cars off there.
You might well be right. Monty Krant was at the wheel of the Seika, and that has gone missing, having completed all 3 sectors.
Clio is occasionally able to light its lights now. It wasn't able to do that earlier, which enables it to be easier to see and thus easier to identify, which is why I was able to do so in the end. What else has happened? That was the other thing I wanted to say, was that Reinhard Koffler has taken over the wheel from Reinhold Ringer in the number 2 Mercedes. So they are lapping very rapidly. Ken Hire, I'm afraid, has blotted his copybook again because he's put in another sub-55 lap. So it doesn't do any damage. That just makes it 4 jokers that I know for a fact he's used, and there may be another one that I've missed. But Ken Hire then in the second place number 10 car, just 0.3 of a second too fast, but that will cost him a joker. In the second place car number 10, and he knows that even though he is 2 laps ahead of Tom Onslow Cole's Mercedes, Tom Onslow Cole can break 155 as often as he likes and not have to pay anything at all, whereas Ken Hire has got to get very close to 55 but not break underneath it. Now Onslow Cole going through on that last lap at 53.9, so he is closing in, albeit 2 laps. But on the track, I'm not quite sure how far they are apart. There are a few half a minute separating each other. So Tom's going to have to work at that. But certainly in the remaining 10.5 hours, Martin, it's entirely feasible that Tom Onslow Cole will be able to get second place back in this race.
Yep.
Getting the lead back from the number 2 car, which still has Bernd Schneider kind of snuggled up in a nice warm blanket at the moment, getting ready for his next stint. That is a very competitive Mercedes indeed.
Down on pit road is Shea Adam. Shea, you are talking to the man who, even as I was announcing him as the SP3 leader, brought the car in to hand over and then lost the SP3 lead, I believe.
Well, this was actually the car that I saw when I was walking down the pit lane that came in unexpectedly. Alex had been behind the wheel. He took his helmet off and immediately dived into the car, wrenches and all. He was fixing it himself. Alex, that was quite a bit of mechanical engineering you did there. It looked like maybe there was something with the throttle connection. What was it exactly that was wrong with the Porsche?
It was snapped throttle cable. Throttle cable snapped just coming into the last chicane, so I tried to coast it in, but I was trying to grab it with my hand to try to get me in, but we changed it. It's just so fiddly to change. It takes a call in the footwell, but other than that, the car was running epic before then, so it's good.
Am I correct in thinking you have a background in mechanical engineering?
No, not really. No, I'm a goldsmith by trade, so I run the team, so it's my thing, and we build it all together as a family, so you have to get your hands dirty to get it done.
Excellent job out there. Good luck, and hope that karma comes back and pays you back well.
Good effort. Thank you, Shea. Good job by Alex Osborne. Yeah, anybody who's had to change a throttle cable on any car will know that it's not much in the way of fun. Always fiddly, and especially when you come out of the car hot and sweaty. But as he said, it's his team. James May is now in the car. They've completed 335 laps. They dropped to third in the SP3 class. that they'd been leading for the previous 6 hours. In fact, the last time their car led, James May picked up the lead from Flick Haig when she had her crash in the Optimum Motorsport car, getting blindsided by a Ferrari that eased her off track and into a Clio that had already spun that she couldn't see. So the class leader in SP3 is the car number 178, which is Colin White's car. Martin Thomas, or is it Tony Hughes? It's Martin Thomas at the wheel of that car, and that has completed 338 laps to 335 of Joe Osborne's car in third, and 337 of the second place car in the class. 160, that's Coroiza's car. Hal Pruitt at the wheel now, the car that he shares with Hugues Delnoy and Coroiza, that Lotus Evora GT4. So first, second and third covered by 4 laps, 2 apart between the top 3 places in SP3, and with 10.5 hours, that's definitely doable for Alex Osborne and the Mays. So that is probably a story that's going to run and run, as is the lead battle, I think. Kenneth Heyer this time has gone around in a 1:59, so he hasn't burned up another joker. He hasn't done enough, really, to close on the leader, Reinhard Koeffler, in any notable degree. So it doesn't seem like it was a deliberate attempt to really wind up the car and catch and pass the leader. He's still 2 laps behind and 2 laps in front of Tom Onslow Cole in the Ram Racing Mercedes. And Mercedes still 1, 2, 3. And just to answer a quick question on Twitter, I've lost who sent it in now. Andrew wanted to know how the number 121 car was going. Obviously friend, family or dyed-in-the-wool fan of PrepTech UK. The car's been driven by 2 Brits, Andy Mollison and Andrew Gordon Colebrook, and Aussie Cody Hill. Cody is at the wheel at the moment, and car number 121 I've now lost. I'd found it on the timing screen. Did I have to flick over? Is it on page 2? No, it's on page 3 somewhere. How have I managed to lose that? Oh, it's 53rd overall, and in the A2 class there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars. It's 6th in A2. And for Andy and everybody else who is listening online at radiolemans.com or 24hourseries.com, you can go to 24hourseries.com and click on the live timing link, and courtesy of BRM, our official timing partner, you too can stalk or otherwise follow your nearest, your dearest and your favouriteest cars, teams, drivers, and otherwise. So yeah, you can go and have a look for yourself, or you can mither me in the wee small hours and give me a subject to talk about.
Yes, I think going back to what you were saying about Ken Heyer's attempts to go as quickly as he possibly can in the number 10, I think they're more with a view to keeping Tom Onslow Cole behind him than they are with a view necessarily to catching the race leader, although, as you say, the gap is 2 laps in both directions. 2 laps separate first from second, 2 laps separate second from third, and that in its way it only relates to about 3 or 4 minutes, which is easily taken up by a brake change, puncture, or even something scheduled on the car.
Well, now we also talked about how the leader came in and there was a free pump. Now,
yes,
if the leader comes in and there isn't a free pump, that's a lap waiting for somebody to finish. Conceivably 2 laps waiting for a pump to free itself. Much you can do about that. You can look at it. You can have your team members down there with walkie-talkies and go, yes, there are 3 pumps free. Come in now, and he's halfway around the lap. Yes, it's all looking good.
And then
you don't know that 8 of the 10 cars between you and the finish line are also coming in. You've got no way of knowing. You could end up in the most enormous bottleneck, as we saw.
What you do is you listen to the radio transmissions from the other guys saying, yes, it's free.
Yes, everybody rushing in. But we saw that. Which car was that we saw came down pit road and went through
car, the Kenneth Hire car, when it had Roland Eggemann behind the wheel for Christian Frankenhout, didn't change his transponder, which was the other part of the confusion that arose at that stage. Kenneth is kind of doing one lap on and one lap off at the moment. He did a 1:55.6 and then did a 2:01. Before that, he did a 1:54 and followed that with a 1:59. I suspect it's all traffic driven rather than anything else. But at the moment, as I say, I won't say we've reached stalemate, but what we have is the Ram racing car lapping consistently the fastest car on the track. And I think I'm right in saying that that's even if you take into account people like Peter Cox, who's still flying around in the number 4 Ferrari, albeit down in 40th place. That's actually come up from 74th. It's interesting to look at the lap chart and see the progress of that number 4 car.
But then you look at everything behind it and it's stopped pretty much.
Yes.
Or pitted for long periods of time. So, which is not to take anything away from Peter Cox and the other drivers of that number 4 car, but it's got a lot still to do, that Ferrari. I mean, their goal now surely is just to be around at midday tomorrow. Today.
Indeed. 10 hours and 28 minutes from now. And as it goes, just pick up as many places as it can in the A6 class, because points make prizes. There is a championship at stake, and there's no question of it not qualifying for the finish. It will pick up points for wherever it finishes, regardless of how many laps it has completed.
Now, Peter Cox is doing a pretty decent pace, 155s, 156s, but Onslow is all over everybody, 152 the last lap. Now, let's get back down to the pit road, because Shea Adam, I think, has news of somebody's race ending after 13 and a half hours.
Well, it's never a good thing when your gearbox is not attached to your car. And that's the situation for the 89 HTM Red Camel racing car. That's the Saker that we were talking about earlier with the cockpit being so warm. The drivers must be frustrated beyond belief that it's finally cooled off, but they're not driving the car, and the crew is not even working on it. They got the car completely apart, the rear end taken off, and then realized either they didn't have the part or they couldn't actually fix it at the track. It's done. It's sitting in pieces, though. So if the sister car, the 101 Red Camel Jordan racing car, needs to come back in the pits, which it has made quite a few visits to the garage yesterday, I should say, there might be a little battle of space going on there.
Yeah, luckily the other car is not a long, low Saker. It's a much shorter set layer and cut car, but a valid point. So 1 down, 1 to go. And of the two, as Shea rightly said, 101 looked like it was the one that wasn't going to make 10 minutes, never mind 10 laps, never mind 10 hours. It is still going round. It's had all sorts of dramas, and it's a very regular pit visitor. However, it is regular on a pit schedule at the moment now, so it seems to have, like a couple of cars that just really weren't up for it at the beginning of the race, seems to have been beaten with a stick of concentration and now is getting on with things a little bit better. Roger Grau's just a pit caller in the A3T leading 98 car, and is, I think, I can see him at the pumps. It's the Seat Cup 98 car run by Bas Carlton. Roger shares the car with Harry Hilders and Kees Besson, two fellow Dutchmen, so it's an all-Dutch entry, all-Dutch lineup in the car. He's at the pumps. No, he's not. He's gone out. The car has gone out, so he'd already filled and left, and Harry Hilders is now the man on track. That car is leading the A3 Turbo class. And we'll catch up with our front-running categories in a couple of minutes. I will have a little bit of wobble. Cars keep stopping everywhere. We don't have a yellow flag being shown at the moment. There are a few cars that seem to be out on track or in the boolies somewhere that we haven't quite managed to catch up with.
Good news is that the Corvette has got going again following its issues with transmission, and that car is now coming in for a regular pit stop. This is the 149 RWT racing team, which Sven Bart brought into the pits. The car itself has now fallen way down the field and is somewhere down in about 50th place or beyond. It's in 59th place, in fact, at the moment. In terms of where we are going, Tom Onslow Cole still lapping faster than anybody else. A 154.2 by him on that last lap compares to a 154.4 by Reinhard Koffler in the leading car. However, Tom Onslow Cole is going to be the first of the pit callers of that top three. The sequence, as far as I can work out, is going to be that Onslow Cole will have to make the first pit stop, Koffler will make the second, and Ken Hire the third. So he'll stay out the longest. However, Ken Hire is a lap behind Koffler. He should, therefore, yes, it's a lap and 3/4, isn't it? So it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So yes, I think Ken Hire will take the lead of the race somewhere round about lap 400. So there's a sticking out of my neck if that is a permitted thing to do at this point.
If you can't do it now,
when can
then when?
Unfortunately, the boss has just come in.
Indeed,
so I've got to
wind your neck back in.
Draw my neck.
That's what I'm telling you.
Draw my neck right back in again. No, Kenneth Hire, I think, is going to be able to take the lead of the race around about lap 400. We're currently on lap 369. In terms of where we are with the distance record, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. We've been running for 3 hours and something without a purple flag. I shouldn't have said that. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
This is where Paul says, what could possibly go wrong again? Which is his motto for our road trip this weekend.
It wasn't until I started turning computers on, and then I stopped saying that immediately. The point I'm trying to get to is that the distance record is still within range. However, it was rather spoiled by the fact that the Ram racing car spent 7 laps in the pit, or it was more than that, wasn't it? It was about 10 laps in the pits. So rather than completing 29 laps in the last hour, we only completed 24 because the baton had to be handed over to the HP Racing Mercedes.
There was a degree of standing around and whistling, waiting for a new leader to catch up, wasn't there?
And so we weren't completing any laps, as it were. But it's still within range. As I say, we have to reach 370 in order to beat the record. 369 is the existing record for 24 hours of racing. And it is just phenomenal the way that these cars can just pound round and round and round with such consistency when being driven at so close to their limits of what they can do. Practically 20 to 2 in the morning, and that means that Martin Hagen is going to give us the 2020 update.
We're going to look at our front-running classes, the first of which will be A6, because that completes the podium. And the top 3 A6 cars are the top 3 cars in the race. Reinhard Koffler, as Paul just mentioned, in the number 2 HP Mercedes is our race leader, 369 laps completed. The number 10 Hofer racing car, which currently has Kenneth Hire at the wheel. Kenneth and Christian Frankenhout are doing turn and turn around double header through the nighttime hours to take up some of the slack from their other teammates. They currently lie in second place, 2 laps, but 5 to 8 seconds a lap slower than Tom Onslow Cole. They're 2 laps ahead, but 5 to 8 seconds a lap slower than Tom Onslow Cole in the number 30 Ram racing car. And for the first time since hour 4, the Ram racing car is not leading at 20 past the hour. It is the number 2 car that leads, and that is a legacy of a power steering pump change on the number 30 car just about, in fact almost exactly to the minute, an hour ago, where they lost the lead and lost 23 odd minutes, and as a result dropped down to 3rd place. So that's your top 3. It's all Class A6, it's all AMG Mercedes SLS. In 4th place is our Class 997 leader, and he leads a slew, that's 4, that's the technical term for 4, 997 cars. It's still the 17 car, as it has been Darlington's hour 4, apart from once when the 54 car had sneaked in front. Gabriel Abigel is back at the wheel. The 54 car is in second place. That is the all-Brazilian DriveX car, and it is Carlos Ambrosio who's at the wheel of that car at the moment. In third place is 59. I've lost that. Sorry, second place is 56, which is the first of 2 Classica Motors by RMS cars, and it is again I'm all over the place. 56. Richard Feller, the first of Swiss drivers in that car. He's second in 997. Carlos Ambrosio third in the Brazilian car, and the second of the Swiss cars, the 59 Classica car, which is Patrick Schneider. He is in fourth place in 997, and those cars are 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th overall. Our SP2 class leader, well, there's a change there as well, but only of driver. The 92 car, Morgan Haber, is at the wheel. An hour ago, Ryan McLeod had just taken the lead from teammate Keith Kazuki in the 91 car on pace, only for Kazuki's car then to pack up out on the circuit. Drive shaft change on the spade frame chassis with an independent rear end and a full independence with a stressed drive shaft differential and drive shaft rather than an axle and drive shaft. It wasn't the longest job, but it did cost them the lead. They dropped down to third in the SP2 class. We've got a car off at turn 4, which we'll catch up with in a moment, but I'll just rattle on down the top 10 because the leader of SP2 is in 8th, the leader of SPX is in 9th, and it is no longer Freddie Bart and crew in the number 13 Lamborghini, the up to that stage trouble-free car. It is now Ulrich Pedersen in the number 22 car, which started the back of the field after an engine change, visited a number of off-track areas, and apparently now is on the straight and narrow, a reformed character. It's in 9th place ahead of the A3 Turbo class leader, which is the 98 car Roger Grals handed over to Harry Hilders at 1:30. So that is your top 10, and those are your front-running class leaders.
I don't know if any of our listeners are actually at the circuit, John. Are we getting tweets from people who are actually here?
Well, everybody at the circuit is by definition our listeners because they are hearing us on the circuit PA.
On the circuit PA as
yes.
well. Okay, I wasn't sure of that.
Whether or not they're tweeting.
If you're in a position to hear us and you're at the circuit, it's going to be a quite interesting situation because Tom Onslow Cole is closing on the track on Kenneth Heyer. Tom Onslow Cole in the number 30 Mercedes, closing on Kenneth Heyer in the number 10 Mercedes. They're 2 laps apart at the moment, but there's probably about, at the last time of looking, 8 seconds is all that separates them on the track, and Tom is lapping around a second or so a lap quicker. So in a minute, that will come down to being only 1 lap between them, except it'll be 1 lap and a lot, as opposed to being 2 laps and very little, which is what it is at the moment. So if you can see the cars and have a stopwatch with you, well, everybody has a phone with them these days, which generally have stopwatches on them, you can kind of join in and join the excitement. That's what I'm trying to do here, and see how Tom Onslow Cole is making progress to get the gap down between himself and Kenneth Heyer. And even though in that third sector on the previous lap, Tom actually lost something, but the overall lap time was still half a second quicker than Ken. So the gap is coming down. It's worth it to say. If you can keep an eye on it, I'm not quite sure if television pictures are in a position to follow the battle around, but it's not for position, but it is in order for Onslow Cole to get one of these 2 laps back.
Yeah, he clearly caught traffic in the final element through the Nadjeri chicane, and that's not really somewhere where there's a lot of room to get through because everybody's going apex to apex, and it's a fairly narrow one-line racetrack. So Tom was still quicker by 0.6 of a second than Kenneth Heyer the last time round. First sector of the lap, Reinhard Koerfer 32.6, Kenneth Heyer 32.6, Tom Onslow Cole 32.8, so he clearly hadn't cleared all of that traffic. Heyer is in front on the road as the 3 cars run. Sector 2 for him is a 44.8, 43.6 for Onslow, so he's taken 1.2 seconds out in that sector alone.
9 seconds is the gap.
Yes. So Reinhard Koeffler 45.8. So again, Tom Onslow-Cole taking 2 seconds out of Koeffler, the race leader, just in sector 2, which is when they've cleared the marshals' flags at turn 4. So they're not going quite as quick through sector 2 while they should be. Paul Onslow-Cole is sat at home watching and biting his nails. He'll be down to the elbow. There's 10 and a quarter hours to go. There's no one's got that much nail. Yellow flags are still out at 1.
Oh, code 60 is.
Code 60 has just been shown on our screen as well. So whatever it was that ailed us at turn 4, they clearly can't get it sorted. Code 60. So that then freezes our lead battle, and this is our 10th code, thank you John for reminding me, our 10th code 60 period. We had 9 in the first 11 hours. We've now nearly got to hour 14 before the 10th one.
It was my fault.
Yeah, well, you didn't mention it immediately, it happened, so, but yeah, no. John Hind obviously giving me that long-suffering look.
He's worked with me for a long time, and he knows what I do.
The curse of the the curse of the stato. Ram Racing, of course, every minute that they're not able to chase, Ram Racing are losing time, aren't they? And that's, losing time. They are, because they can't close any, and so that's laps where they would be catching that they aren't catching.
Well,
so
they can possibly do the pit stop shuffle, except that they are only in sector 2 at the moment, and by the time they get to the petrol pump, somebody else will have got there first. So doing the pit stop shuffle, by which I mean coming in before the end of what you would normally come in as your stint to refuel only, leave the driver in, and then let him go with the rest of the tank to his 2-hour limit. Yeah. And that has worked for various people in the past. Sometimes people have lucked in, sometimes they've lucked out, as indeed was the case for the number 10 car earlier on. They lost out probably to the extent of around about 40 seconds, I would think, of having to come into the pits and find it, coming to the refueling station and finding it full.
So yes, they came in to do a fuel stop and driver change and ended up blasting by the fuel, well, not blasting, but cruising by the fuel area because it was so full. They did the driver change, and the new driver then had to come in immediately the very next lap to actually do the fuel stop, by which time there was considerably less of a queue. I think he only had to wait about 30 seconds for one car to pull out of the way. But it's... see, Ram are possibly in the situation where they think, right, any roll of the dice is worth it, because we're catching by doing the same as the others, but we're not necessarily catching quite as fast as we could do if we tried something different.
Well, Ram need to pit first anyway. Their fuel won't take them as far either as the number 2 Koeffler car or as the number 10 Kenneth Heyer driven Mercedes. But the question is whether it's sensible for Onslow-Cole to come in.
Pumps free.
Martin has just declared that there are pumps free.
There are pumps free.
Tom is still... No, he's now in sector 3.
Yeah, there is definitely a pump free now, so he could take advantage of that, and there is still a pump free. So there are cars that are fueling now, which will be going sooner rather than later. Number 10 comes across the line below us. So that's Heyer completing his 373rd lap. That should click up too.
15 seconds later, Onslow-Cole should hove into view, and he's in the pits. That's why you haven't seen him. He's taken the view, so he's halfway through.
Oh, and somebody has backed up, has stopped in the entrance to the petrol station, rather than actually going in and making a queue for a pump. And it was the number 93 car, the V8 Mazda, the Marx Cars car. And they are now, the team are trying to shuffle Tom Onslow Cole onto pump 2, which vacates itself. So cost him maybe 15 seconds or 10 seconds. But that was a gamble worth taking. I think there was no major queue, and that was worth doing.
If it was only 15 seconds, then the fuel will be going into the car, and the opposition is going round more slowly. However, HP Racing have chosen to do the same thing, because Reinhard Koffler has brought in the leading number 2 Mercedes. Now, he was 10 laps ahead on the fuel. He could have gone 10 laps further on his fuel than Onslow Cole could have gone on his fuel. So there'll be less fuel to put in, which might mean that the Mercedes gets out more quickly, but ultimately it'll bring them together onto the same schedule.
And how much time remains in his 2 hours compared to how much time remains in Tom Onslow Cole's 2 hours?
10 laps worth. So 20 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, well, they got the yes, because both the 30 and the 2 are both taking on the same amount of
race
fuel.
Leader on pit road as well, so he is being
having
pushed
to queue,
back
yes,
to
so
the pumps.
They got themselves into the wrong bit of the queue, and now they're trying to get into the
and actually,
refueling.
That was the Ram Racing boys. Rescue car at pit entry is blocked. Oh, hang on. John nearly pushes the entire timing and scoring thing out the window. Not quite sure what happened there. Rescue car at pit entry is blocked. Rescue car at pit entry. Now, does that mean that the pits are now closed at the entry? Not quite sure. The number 2 car, the race leader that needed pushing back, it was men in Ram Racing overalls that did the pushing back for them. So that's a nice little gentlemanly touch. Yeah, okay, so what happened was there was a tow truck bringing in car number 125 into the pit lane from the track rather than round the back. The 125 is the Boutsen Gignon Maserati Gran Turismo. Now, that car had an entire transaxle service that took many, many laps, and I just saw it about 5 minutes ago, the team struggling with wheel nuts at the front and the rear of the car. I thought it was just a particularly trying pit stop and wheel change for some very tired mechanics. However, it seems that there might have been something more going on, and maybe that transaxle is coming back to haunt them. And it's still saying on our timing screen that the pit entry is blocked. It plainly isn't, because cars are now coming down it, but the Boutsen Gignon Minion car is being dragged through to go round the back of race control and into the pit lane through the garage. 2 cars in the penalty box, the number 30 Mercedes, and blimey, that was a long penalty for the number 95 BMW. That must have been there 5 minutes, the Seat Leon rather. Or was that the 93 Mazda? I think that might have been the 93 Mazda. Code 60 will be rescinded in just a couple of moments. So the number 10 car, Paul, was the only one of the top 3 that didn't come in then and top off.
That's right, because the number 10 car's advantage is that it's got long refueling stints anyway, so it made less sense for that one to come in.
Hello, Shay Adam.
Excellent.
I had faded you up there, but you couldn't tell because the ambient noise is so low. Where are you? What do you know?
I needed a battery change. That's what it was, and I noticed that a little bit too late, but got taken care of that now. The 20 came in very much unexpected. At first, I thought that they were pulling into their garage because their sister car in the garage, at least the 7, had to come in and make a pit stop at the same time. Well, it turns out there's a bit more work going on to the 20 in the rear axle. There are guys underneath the car, as a matter of fact. Dave Russell had been behind the wheel. Charles Espinoff, in line to be the next driver in the car. He didn't quite have his stuff together at the time, though. He's since gotten his helmet, he's gotten his balaclava. He was not expecting to jump behind the wheel of the 20. This is the American flag car. It's being run by the MRS team. It's been doing okay today. It started out really strong.